democracy.
Các cái hoạt động của democracy.
But what I would want to know, like Lesotho said, where are we really losing it in terms of the massive instruments, protocols that we have in place? It's well and good to say maybe it's implementation, but if I may be blunt, these coups, the coup d'etats that occur now and again, the urge, tendency to unseat a sitting government, a sitting regime, it seems we seem to be obsessed with a regime change. Why are we losing it? This regime change obsession. What can we do? Let alone implementing the spirit and letter of the instruments, the protocols. They are, to me, they are very comprehensive. They cover almost everything you would think would maintain our democracies. But we are still having a problem. A comment or some clarification on that one would assist. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is one moment where I cherish being director of ceremonies and not the one to respond to the questions, but as the guest of honor said, him and the people that will respond, his colleagues, knew the answers before they were born. So over to you, Dr. Casa Zamora.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for the really penetrating comments and questions that have been posed. I'll do my best to clarify some of the points raised, and if not, my colleagues can do it even better than I could ever do it. The first question raised by the Seychelles, I think it was, the representative, from the representative of the DRC about constitutionalism in Africa and about whether it still holds. I guess it depends. It depends on the place you talk about. The other day, I was having this conversation with a group of people in The Hague. I was attending an event on the rule of law. And the notion that when it comes to the rule of law and constitutionalism, as with many other aspects of democracy, we stand collectively to gain if we seriously engage in peer-to-peer learning, and we enable countries from the north, south, east, and west to exchange their policy learnings and their policy lessons. This issue was raised. And one of the things that quickly became evident was that when it comes to running a constitutional court, there is, I venture, no country in the world that can teach many lessons to South Africa. That's in many ways the state of the art. So if you tell me about whether a constitution is lived on and safeguarded by a strong judiciary, I would immediately point to the South African example. That's not the rule across the continent, for sure. Not in every country is like this. And so it depends. the place we're talking about. One thing I will say, because you mentioned the issue precisely of judicial independence, and this is one of the raw nerves of democratic performance globally these days. I mean, one of the indicators that keep going down globally is judicial independence. I mean, the temptation on the part of incumbents to co-opt, to control politically, the judiciary is palpable. And this is very detrimental to democracy. I mean, the older I get, I always say that the older I get, the more convinced I become that the state of judicial independence is the single best barometer to measure the quality of democracy writ large. If a citizen has no possibility of taking the government to court and stand the prayer of succeeding, there's no democracy to speak of. That's the reality. So my respectful piece of advice to all the bright minds that are in this room is that do pay, I mean, if you really care about democracy, as I think you do pay a lot of attention to the question of safeguarding judicial independence. That's the fulcrum. And do pay a lot of attention to the quality of the rule of law. And this might strike you as strange coming from someone that devotes a lot of his time talking about elections and working on elections. Elections are, to be sure, foundational to democracy. But if you want something beyond the instant gratification of holding elections, if you want a durable democratic system, pay attention to the rule of law, of putting in place the foundational bricks of a rule of law that works, where the law applies equally, universally, impartially to all. Because I am strongly persuaded that that's the secret sauce of democratic success in the long run. Lesotho. The representative from Lesotho raises a really important question. I mean, look, the question of everybody wanting to be top dog, right? Look, political ambition is universal. Oh man, you should see Costa Rica. You know, there's a future president beneath every rock, right? So that's in the nature of the game. And quite frankly, there's nothing inherently wrong in that. The difference is whether those ambitions are tempered by a commitment to rules, to agreed upon rules that are seen as legitimate. Whether participants in the political game are willing to exercise self-restraint when they interact with other political actors and when they interact with society. And this notion of self-restraint strikes me as a truly crucial thing that has often been overlooked. If you haven't done it already, I really encourage you to read a book that came out 4 or 5 years ago that made a big splash called How Democracies Die by Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt, two American professors. Ziblatt, I think, is German. But the book made a big splash, and one of the central contentions of these guys, and there was an entire part of the book devoted to the fact that a lot of the things that allow democracies to work in the long run are connected to political actors understanding that if they maximize all their possibilities, even within the constitutional framework, they can destroy the system. That they need to observe certain, often unwritten rules, very often unwritten rules, in order for the system to work. And ultimately, what that boils down to, and this is truly fundamental, I think, is the understanding on the part of all political actors that there's something bigger than you. That in a way, there's more heroism in letting go of power than in acquiring power. And that very often the single biggest contribution that you can make to the durability and the robustness of the democratic system and the sustainability of the democratic dispensation is by giving up the power that you have. Letting go of power. So the consciousness, that the self-awareness that there's something bigger than you, I think is fundamental in this. The comment from the representative from Eswatini, where are we losing it? Well, that's one heck of a question. I mean, this is beyond what I'm able to answer. I'll only give you, at best, a couple of glimpses of something resembling wisdom, I hope. I would, if you want to stem the tide of coups in Africa, I would point to the notion of self-restraint in political actors, which is a cultural process, ultimately, and to the question of delivery, of making sure that democracy delivers in as good a way as possible to the expectations of your average citizen. Ultimately, democracies stay legitimate if they're able to do that to a reasonable degree. I mean, the best way to make coups, because one of the things that we're seeing is that, quite frankly, some of those coups in African countries have proved popular because a lot of people have given up on democracy. So making sure that democracy means something in the daily lived on experience of citizens is the bottom line here. If you want if you want people to put their skin on the line for democracy, you have to make it worthwhile for them. Otherwise, people will simply give up on democracy and coups will continue to be popular. So self-restraint and delivery. And I would add only one more thing, which is, I mean, you mentioned rightly that Africa in general and the sub-regional economic communities in particular have made significant strides in creating a normative framework that shields democracy, that protects democracy. The same thing happened in Latin America. And I can assure you that that work has not gone to waste. Because even if the implementation of that normative framework is weak, those instruments, those normative instruments that have been created provide citizens, journalists, judges with tools and standards that in the long run make a difference. They create expectations of behavior that you cannot really short circuit so easily. So the experience in Latin America is that, it took, and I'll give you a very concrete example. It took, I would say, 30 years in Latin America of interest, and I'm speaking here from, out of some direct knowledge, because I won't bore you with the details, but I had to write a study on corruption in Latin America a few years back. And one of the things that I found was that the normative edifice that Latin American countries had created over the past generation to deal with corruption had grown immensely, right? And after 25, 30 years, what these countries reaped was a very significant harvest of high-level corruption scandals, which a lot of people saw as a sign of failure of that normative edifice. I would say this exactly the opposite. Those cases came to public light because that normative edifice provided citizens, journalists, judges with the ability to counter the perpetrators of corruption. There is a time lag. But that work, I really, really encourage you not to give up on that work to establish democratic standards, because in the long run, it does make a difference. It certainly did in the case of Latin America.
Thank you very much. Do you want to take a bite on the same question, Dr. Sharamo?
Thank you very much. I think my SG has really responded to most of it, and honorable members were also very pleased to be here. I think on the question, the one I just wanted to add is really on implementations. Implementation of decisions and protocols and everything is quite important, not only at the SADC, Parliament, but even this is a challenge we experience at the African Union level. Some decisions are made, and you remember His Excellency President Kagame, I think, was the chair of the institutional reform of the African Union, and the AU makes over 1,000 recommendations, and very few gets implemented. So we are also really appealing to the SADC Parliamentary Forum of the decisions that we make, or decisions that we make at our member states level, really gets implemented. So implementation is quite key. But I think on the coups, the honorable member from Eswatini did ask, and SG really spoke about it. It's all about delivery. I think we shouldn't be worried too much about the sources of the coups, right, or why the coups are happening. But I think we should also ask ourselves, the regimes that are in power, how did they really emerge to be in power, right? What are some of the very important manifestos I'm sure you as politicians also give to the citizens of Africa as you campaign? But eventually, once people get elected, I'm speaking more now as an African, you shouldn't be so worried about that. But I think really looking at what are some of those promises that we make to the youth. If you look at the last Afrobarometer survey, 70% of the African youth will actually want parliaments to play a critical oversight role on the executive. And that's where we are losing it most of the time. When the parliaments get co-opted into the executive, and you basically lose on that role of accountability, of accounting, and that. So I think when the regime doesn't deliver, then the citizen will find options of how to do an overhaul of the systems. And so that really brings the fissures in the governance, and most of the things that the coups are happening, areas we're having, conflict-affected countries across Africa, is where delivery in terms of really the social contract with the citizen is either very weak or is really not upheld. So I think that's really an area to look at. Democracy that delivers, the democracy that delivers the dividend of development to the communities and the citizens that you govern. Thank you very much.
Sure.
To this point, because this is important, I think. We keep throwing around the word delivery, right? And making democracy deliver. That means very concrete things at the end of the day, right? There is no possibility whatsoever for public institutions to deliver if you don't have a decent tax base. And that's very concrete and very difficult. But if the revenue is not there, it is impossible to provide for any state, democratic or otherwise, to provide decent public goods and services. Well, as the last time I checked, it was parliaments that were in charge of the purse. That's how parliaments were born. To make sure that taxes are raised. So the question of the fiscal health of the state is a fundamental one if we care about delivery. But there are also other, very practical things like that have to do with institutional design. I mean, how different agencies in the state collaborate to deliver public goods and services. How the voices of the citizens are incorporated in a systematic basis, in overseeing and monitoring the performance of the agencies that are expected to serve the people. So all those things are very concrete things. When we talk about delivery, we're talking about very specific measures that need to be made if we really care about this. And those measures are the ones that can make a difference in the way democracy is perceived by citizens. I mean, ultimately, it is about making sure that people have access to their fundamental rights. I mean, that's what it is when you provide public education or public health or public housing. It's about enabling people to have access to their rights.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zamora. Jesus is in the room, and the Bible talks about the lost coin and the prodigal son. One of the claims that is made in how democracies die. They actually say democracy does not die because of coups. It dies because of elected leaders who undermine it from within. So this is actually good conversation where we also look at ourselves and say, what role can we play individually and collectively? At this point, allow me to go to the second round of questions. We will endeavor to give everyone a chance, but we also need to confine it within the time. So the next round of questions, we have Malawi, South Africa, the first South Africa, and then Mozambique. I take note of the honorable members, we are faced with the constraint of time. How we will proceed is that we will have all the questions asked. Let's be brief. So I already recognize Malawi, South Africa, Mozambique. I also saw another South Africa, and then Namibia, and we will have a representative. That's Angola, Lesotho, and DRC. That's a mouthful. I will ask, yes, the representative of the young people, I definitely will give you a chance. You must speak when everyone else has spoken so that you put the issues on the table. So I have Malawi. Let's have Malawi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. And allow me to thank also Dr. Kevin Zamora for the inspiring presentation. Thank you so much. But as you were presenting, I was getting more and more questions within myself in terms of when you said the strengthening democracy. And I was saying, like in Malawi, to say, yes, we can talk of strengthening democracy, but how do we strengthen democracy when we don't seem to share the same definition of what democracy is? You look at a country where the political landscape seems to roar in some instances against the democratic principles themselves and the cultural values that seem to undermine democracy as well. So I was wondering whether institutions like yourself does also focus on the fact that it would be important for citizenries to be supported to begin to share a common understanding of what democracy is. I know it's hard for globally to share a common definition of democracy because we use different models of political models, and also our cultural values are different. But to some extent, for a particular nation, you certainly want to have a common understanding of what democracy is. Let me end up by just making this observation. The SADC body does want to add value to democracy in specific countries, especially by providing oversight or, during elections. But you look at the time they come in, it's only to observe the outcome. How about the preparation? I always have a feeling that outcomes of an election are as a result of the preparation. So we let the nation manipulate the setup for a particular outcome, and then we go there just to observe the outcome, which has already been manipulated by a particular group. How do we strengthen democracy in that regard? Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm going to plead. So we will request that we stick to one question per member and let's be brief. South Africa, Honorable Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Kurashe. Just one question. The situation that is unfolding in America, is democracy under attack? Is the rule of law under attack? It will be interesting to hear the view of Dr. Samora. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Mozambique. Technician, can we get help with the mic? While that is being sorted, allow me to, Mozambique, bear with me while you are being sorted. Let's have the other South Africa. Then I'll come back to you, Mozambique. Oh, you are all sharing the same fate. Let's try Angola.
This one. Muito obrigado. Saúdo o Dr. Kevin pela forma clara e inequívoca como colocou as questões que calam fundo em nossos corações, porque dizem-nos profundamente respeito. A minha questão é, a dada altura, durante a sua explanação, dizia que 2/3 de países africanos africanos, apesar de avanços e recuos, preferem a democracia. A minha preocupação é, em vez de serem 2/3, deviam ser todos os países africanos. Qual é o remédio para que esses 2/3 possam contagiar o resto? Porque nós queremos que esse espírito seja global aos 54 países que compõem a África. Essa é a minha questão. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Angola. We are back at Mozambique. Let's be brief, honorable members.
Muito obrigado. Queria começar a procurar saber do nosso professor, Dr. Kevin, quais são, no seu entendimento, as causas da recua da democracia? 2. Falou da fragmentação geopolítica. A que se deve a nível internacional? 3. O conceito de direito, o conceito de democracia é genérico. Quais são os exemplos que nós podemos seguir como exemplo de democracia em África, tendo em conta as grandes potências? E mais, para terminar mesmo, o professor disse o seguinte: o direito internacional é universal. Na sua ótica como professor, a aplicação de direito internacional é equitativo em todos os países do mundo ou não? E muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mozambique. I still plead, honorable members, let's be brief and ask one question. South Africa.
Thank you. Though it's difficult, Chair, because the Secretary General as well is taking time in answering one question. You know, he narrates most of the time when I was sitting here, but I will try my best to. My name is Kosana David. I'm representing South Africa. Unfortunately, I was a bit late for party things. My question is, I understand the issue which he raised about the coups, and people want to live in the office a longer period, even after the time has elapsed. And the issue of vote rigging is a major issue in Africa as well, in Latin America. And even in the European countries, we are seeing that now. Now, my question is we need a balance, because in these democratic countries, we have, like in our country, we have an apex court, a constitutional court, which decides when there's a problem over the executive, though we have the so-called the separation of power. But it's really concerning that, you know, as SADC as well, I think Doctor spoke about the issue of AU here, that we don't have an oversight body which can really implement resolutions. Otherwise, we are going to end up like a tick box exercise here, you know, sitting here 2-3 days, but at the end of the day, no implementation, resolution are taken, but nothing is happening, because the executive in all countries, you know, in most of the countries in the world, nowadays, people don't want to leave office. So the issue of democracy is not like it's a solution, because other people want to stay in power as long as they live. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skosana. Namibia.
Thank you so much. Let me try to be brief as well.
Thank you.
Secretary General, I would like to ask, based on the fact that deception remains an enemy to democracy to date, as we have seen through our electoral processes, there seems to be a fear of keeping the electorates informed through the electoral commissions, and that plays part through the influence of those that are ruling. And that has been clear that propaganda has come to play to date. What would one think of how to keep those electorates out of the blind by tackling this loophole in modern times? What's your take on that? I would like to hear if there is anything that can be done to perhaps put those measures in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Lesotho, let's remember to be brief.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Dr. Zamora did touch on inclusivity aspect of democracy, specifically for women and youth, by saying that the inclusion of women and youth should be taken beyond being a ceremonial or an occasional issue. And I think, in my view, to this extent, the question of women and youth inclusion, it's more of a ceremonial, like, we just want to comply to now. And my question would be, do you think we are at that state because there is a resistance towards inclusion of women and youth, or it is just just an attribute which is typical to a transitional phase? Because I think it's a new concept, it's before what we have it now, there was no inclusion, and then we're trying to push for inclusion. So what we have, the fact that it's more like ceremonial, occasional, is it just a transitional feature, or there's resistance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lesotho. DRC, let's remember to be brief.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. J'ai beaucoup apprécié l'intervention du docteur. Mais je crois que le problème qui se pose actuellement au niveau de la démocratie, c'est la démocratie dans sa forme représentative. On constate que de plus en plus, les populations ne croient plus en leurs élus. Alors, il y a un passage que vous aviez souligné, c'est celui de renforcer la démocratie. Est-ce que vous avez de remèdes ou des mesures correctives pour pouvoir renforcer cette démocratie-là et la démocratie dans sa forme représentative? Cela, c'est remarque aussi par le fait que de plus en plus, le taux de participation aux élections est très, très, très bas. Cela ne se remarque pas seulement en Afrique, mais aussi à l'Occident, parce que les électeurs disent, mais pourquoi aller participer aux élections dont les résultats sont déjà connus à l'avance? C'est pour cela que beaucoup de pays sont en train de migrer vers l'autoritarisme, parce que les populations commencent à développer un taux très élevé de défiance à l'égard de leurs élus. Merci beaucoup.
The last one from a representative of young people.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Chirofacho Malohodi. Okay, so in the address that we have been given, just there by the very last end, the speaker stated that excluding young people, we will be weakening generations to come, which is true. However, as much as he has complimented South Africa's judiciary system, we have an ongoing pressure or ongoing challenge that elders in power, they don't want to move. Whereas Labor Act or labor law has outlined that anybody that is plus 65 years of age should go to retirement age. So my question is, how do we as young people get to navigate these types of situations? The second question, as much as I'm young, I should take advantage because the next generation can be, weakened. So the second question is in regards to unemployment rate. In South Africa at the moment, we are actually in SADC, we are facing a high skyrocketing unemployment rate. And as much as there's this, gap of the eldest not wanting to leave power, how do we get to have new conversations of saying, okay, as much as young people went to school well-learned, how do we create jobs? As much as there's entrepreneurship, of which for me, being an entrepreneur, it can take almost 5 years minimum, not maximum, minimum, for it to hold on ground and create sustainable and permanent jobs to those that don't have jobs in community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. On that note, we hand over to Dr. Zamora. And as I indicated, honorable members, we are constrained for time. But what is clear is that there is appetite within the collaboration. We should create more avenues for this kind of engagements. Over to you, SG.
Well, thank you so much for, once again, for all the comments and questions. I'll try to be more succinct this time around. And inevitably, that means that I won't be able to answer all the questions in all likelihood. The intervention from the representative of Malawi on the definition of democracy. I mean, this is, of course, a huge, complicated issue, but let me just say that there's no single model of democracy, right? I mean, democracy has accents in different places, and that's the beauty of it, because it has to be ultimately grounded in the culture of the nation that is governed democratically. Having said that, I think that, I mean, I would have to check this one, but I'm pretty sure that just about every country in Africa has signed up to the UN Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And it's all in there. And the basic tenets of democracy, which I think are foundational, include the ability to meaningfully select authorities through free and fair elections, the ability to criticize your government, to be able to dissent and make it in one piece back to your home in the evening, the ability of the free press to throw light on political events and political decisions, the ability of judges to make sure that no one is above the law. All those things are part of the UN Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that every country around here, I'm pretty sure, has signed up to. So I would say that if you ask me about some common elements of democracy that are really the foundation of the system, I would point to those. Having said that, let me add something, a final point, which is that it is important, and this is something that I certainly try to do it with the information that we have about democratic performance at IDEA. I always look at the trends. I mean, to me, it is far less important whether the democratic performance of, say, Malawi, how does it stand in comparison to, I don't know, Sweden or Norway. That's far less important than the trend that Malawi is following. I mean, as long as we see a continuous, more or less continuous improvement in democratic performance, there's hope. These things take time. You know, it took Europe 9 centuries to move from a parliament made up of the nobility to a parliament elected by universal suffrage. So these things take time. So it is trends that matter. And as I said, just being mindful that there are some components of democracy that we cannot, that are non-negotiable. The first intervention from a South African representative, the question of the US, well, I mean, what is happening in the US, it's a mess. It's a mess, and it's extraordinarily concerning, mostly because as these things go, and as we have seen, whatever happens in the US tend to have global ramifications. And let me give you just one concrete example of the kind of effects that we're seeing. One of the political pandemics, as it were, that we're seeing is what I would call election denialism. I mean, this notion that political actors contest an election and then refuse to accept the result, throwing mud on credible, robust electoral processes and results without a shred of evidence. This has become a global phenomenon. And I have to think that patient zero of that pandemic is the current occupant of the White House. And don't take my word for it. I mean, again, I'll give you one example. When the military in Myanmar, just before the coup that happened in 22, when they canceled the election that took place just months before, annulled the elections won by the democratic forces, the rhetoric, the statements that the military in Myanmar put out repeated almost verbatim what Donald Trump had said when he lost the 2020 election in the US. Almost word by word. It's truly remarkable. So this is the kind of problem that we have. I mean, it's truly one of my biggest concerns about the global state of democracy. That what's happening in the US is providing cover to a lot of authoritarian or would-be authoritarian leaders all over the world. And it's normalizing behavior that is not normal in a functioning democracy. The question from Mozambique. Muito obrigado. I think there's a slight misunderstanding, because what I said in my remarks was not that 2/3 of the countries were willing and keen to live under democratic dispensation. It's 2/3 of the people in Africa that express, when asked about this by regional surveys, they say they prefer to be governed democratically. So this is an important difference, right? Of course, you know, I would prefer to have a higher proportion than 2/3, but I'll take 2/3. I think is remarkable, quite frankly, that this sort of demand for democracy exists. And not just in Africa. Let me say something just to link it to political events in other places. I mean, when you see all this so-called Gen Z revolutions of young people in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, in Indonesia, even in places in Africa that have gone out on the street, and in some cases have overthrown the government, is really interesting to see that the demands that they espouse are democratic demands. They don't ask for the military to take over. They demand to be governed democratically. So this tells you something really important, which is that the demand for democracy continues to be there despite the headwinds that democratic systems are facing. Generally speaking, people prefer to be governed democratically, but they are deeply dissatisfied with the actual democratic systems that they have in their country. That's the tension that we have. Angola, causes of democratic backsliding. I mean, that's a huge question. I'll give you a short answer to extraordinarily complicated question. I mean, it's a case of a patient that is suffering by 1,000 cuts, right? There's no single factor that is undermining democracy globally. I would mention, and I only have time to mention a few. First of all, political polarization. And not just political polarization. I mean, if we talk about political polarization, then you have to get into the whole issue of the role of social media in undermining democracy. That's a complicated conversation in its own right. There are other sources of social polarization, extreme inequality. I mean, democracies are being torn apart by centrifugal forces. That's number one. Number two, unmet social demands. The perception of democracy, and we talked about this, the democracies are not delivering in terms of social expectation. That's widespread. Corruption and the perception of corruption. That's pulverizing democratic legitimacy pretty much everywhere. Add to that a very challenging international environment. I mean, nowadays, leaders that trample over democratic principles really don't pay that much of a sanction, don't pay that much of a price the way it was the case, say, 30 years ago. Not just that, it is remarkable that authoritarian governments are in a very ostensible, in a very visible way, collaborating. I mean, there's a protective network to guys that go the authoritarian way these days, in a way that was not the case 30 years ago. Why that is? Well, I mean, it's very complicated. I think I'll get into I could get into a lot of issues, but you know, the Western democratic powers have squandered a lot of their soft power and their credibility, plainly, including for reasons that I think it was the same representative from Angola that raised the issue of international law. Well, because Western powers have followed very clearly, have espoused double standards when it comes to international law. I mean, you only have to see it in Gaza. So that has weakened enormously the credibility of Western powers. And at the same time, simultaneously, you have countries that have emerged in a very prominent way, following other models, other governance models that have become very attractive. And the prominent case here is China. I could have a long conversation with you as to why I would very much say that the case for democracy is far stronger in the long run than for any kind of authoritarian dispensation. But let me just say that the international environment to protect democracy has become more inhospitable. The second intervention for South Africa on vote rigging and elections. Well, two things to say. Actually, I'll be blunt enough to correct you on one point, if you allow me respectfully. Actually, vote rigging, this is really interesting. Vote rigging in Latin America has largely disappeared. The aspect of the democratic construct that has traveled furthest in Latin America is precisely the creation of very robust electoral institutions and very robust electoral authorities. Latin America holds elections and holds them well. Large-scale fraud is, for the most part, a thing of the past in Latin America. I mean, you can find the odd example, but it's largely a thing of the past. And this is something that the region, I'm speaking as a Latin American, has really that really needs to protect at all costs. Elections, you see, this is very important for me. What we are faced with these days is, in most cases, democracies are being eroded in a gradual way, often by governments that were elected democratically, right? It is, you find military coups in a few places, but in most cases it's democratically elected leaders that decide to undermine democratic institutions in a gradual process. And it's kind of difficult to know when the line is crossed. Well, I would say that my rule of thumb is that the line is crossed and a democracy ceases to be a democracy when political change is no longer possible through the ballot box. That's the red line. So preserving the integrity of elections is of the essence if a democracy is to remain a democracy. The intervention from Namibia on electorates and citizens being kept blind to events, well, I guess that poses the crucial question of protecting free media, for sure, as a truly essential task in our hands. And that also raises the issue of the role of electoral authorities in seeing their role as communicators of information to the citizens as really at the heart of their tasks, right? And I'll give you a very concrete example, I mean, which I saw from very close. In Brazil, there was an attempt in the previous presidential election, there was an attempt by one of by the incumbent, plainly, to say that the election was rigged, despite the complete lack of evidence. It was a really, a terrible example of bad faith towards a credible electoral management body that is truly world-class, if you ask me. Well, the Brazilian Electoral Tribunal, that is very able, they mounted a truly amazing campaign to reassure the public that the voting system in Brazil is bulletproof, as I think it is. So those guys, went blow by blow against the incumbent trying to undermine the credibility of their electoral process. That's exactly what needs to happen. Lesotho, women's and youth inclusion, is there resistance? Of course there is resistance. I mean, when there's power, gaining power for vulnerable groups is always a struggle. So yeah, of course there is resistance. That's why, I mean, and again, we can have a long conversation about this. When it comes to women's participation, maybe even, I'm less sure about this, I admit, but maybe even the representation of young people, I do favor the use of quotas, of representation quotas. I think in the case of women's representation, it has had an absolutely dramatic and catalytic effect all over the world. So, I mean, the evidence is there. I think I mean, if you let it happen in an organic way, you're going to be waiting for 100 years for any kind of parity to emerge. The comment from the representative of the DRC about the representative component of democracy ailing, I absolutely agree. I think that's where we found in our latest iteration of the Global State of Democracy report the biggest problems. It is in the representative component of democracy. It's around the question of protecting electoral integrity, is around the effectiveness of parliaments. That's where the biggest effect of democratic backsliding is to be found. What is to be done? Well, again, is long and complicated, I would think, but I think it is very difficult to understand. It is very difficult to expect political parties to relate in a fluid way with young people if they don't take seriously this thing. Because that's how young people interact with the political process. So there's that, and there's also the fact, and I say this with trepidation because there is a reason to trepidate, but I'm moving very slowly towards the opinion that embracing some forms of direct democracy in a more deliberate way is probably required for democracy to remain robust in the future. And I say this with trepidation because direct democracy has many downsides. But when you travel to Switzerland, that is a member state of IDEA, one of the remarkable things that you see, I mean, you probably know the story that, you know, the Swiss vote all the time. I mean, they organize all sorts of referendums at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level. And it is remarkable that the relationship that representatives have with their constituents is very different there. They live in fear of their constituents because citizens can organize direct processes of a consultation all the time and can force representative institutions to put issues to referenda. So my impression is that there's something to be learned there. And finally, I mean, the comment from the representative of youth, thank you for being here and for your interest. But this is the only question that I won't have time or talent enough to answer. How do you create jobs for young people? That's beyond my pay grade. I recognize that it's a truly vital issue in terms of delivery, as we were mentioning before, but you would have to ask that question to an economist or somebody who knows many more things than I do. I know there are 2 or 3 things that I know well in the world, but how to create jobs is not one of them. So thank you so much for all the comments and questions. It's been a joy being here and an honor. Secretary General, thank you so much for the invitation, and keep up the good work because it does matter for us at IDEA, and it matters for the region, and it matters for democracy writ large. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the SG. At this juncture, I will invite the SG to render vote of thanks, Madam Sehoma, to render vote of thanks for our keynote address. For our guest for the keynote address, and immediately after will be ushered by colleagues from protocol as we go to the poolside to have a group photograph. We will have tea and then come back. I'll come back to that question. Let me, in terms of what time we are coming back, let me invite the SG to, yeah, sure.
Honorable members, should I rise or you excuse me to do it from here? Okay, no, thank you very much for that. Really, this has been an honor.
Oh, thank you.
This has really been an honor. And I'd like, on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and on my own behalf, to really express our profound gratitude for the flexibility that you have displayed as a true Democrat indeed, for allowing members to engage with you. And this was not what we requested when we invited you to.
This was fun.
Well, thank you so much. So we are privileged, honorable member, and we're humbled by how we have engaged on this matter and the time that has been shared with us by Dr. By Dr. here, and I think
Call me Kevin.
okay, thank you, by Kevin, and I think I'd like to express our deepest gratitude in this regard. To this end, you'll agree with me that our interface, the asking of questions, has really exposed us to a lot of lessons across the world, and also triggered our own, I don't know what to call them, our own intrigue with democracy, our own situations of what we see. And at the end of it all, I believe that these are priceless lessons that have been shared with us. At the end of it all, there is a devastation, there's a malady on our democracy that we need to address. Most of the questions lie with you. You are the most experienced in your own context, and I believe we'll journey together as we continue to explore. But thank you so much to you and your entourage from International IDEA. Honorable members, may we kindly give them a standing ovation as we go to the poolside and thank them for that.
All right, that was fun.
Let's proceed to the poolside led by the high table. Unaro from protocol is leading us, and then we reconvene at 11:20. Past 12 rather. Thank you very much for the correction. Most welcome. Yeah, sure. So, honorable members, we have no less than 5 whips in the room. For the next 3 days, 4 days, you are the whips during the program. So let's usher the members, let's whip the members to go to the, let's whip the members to go to the group photograph and whip them back into the venue, because we have more than enough whips during this meeting. Could you assist us get 2 chairs up? As we prepare for the session, may we request Honorable Kenneth Maimang to come to the front. We request Honorable Paula Cooper, Honorable Teresa, and Honorable Diomba. Please come to the front. Where is Honorable Cooper? Now we need to send a whip to look for a whip. Life can be difficult like that, right? Maybe. Honorable Diomba? Chair, we're just waiting for Mozambique to take the floor and we should swing into it. Let's make sure all the members have interpretation. That once we start.
Right.
Chair, we hand over to you as we go into the next session.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies, honorable members, distinguished delegates. Welcome to the first session of our joint meeting after the opening formalities. And I'm privileged to moderate this session. In this session, we're going to look at internal party reforms for advancing women's political representation in the SADC region. And we're going to focus on 5 areas: gender responsive party structures, candidate selection processes, party quotas and zebra systems, political financing and support mechanisms for women, because we understand politics is very expensive and most of our women are less privileged when it comes to financing. And finally, we're going to also look at addressing violence against the women in politics. Politics is dirty and brutal. What do we do to actually deal with this impediment of women participation in politics? So this afternoon, I think this afternoon, we are privileged to have prominent political leaders in our midst. And I think the Director of Ceremonies did mention earlier on that as SADC PF, we are privileged because we have legends, political legends in our midst. And so we're going to learn from 4 honorable members that are here in terms of country experiences on how they're dealing with issues that actually prevent women from participating in politics. We have Honorable Kenneth Moimong. He also happens to be the NC Chief Whip and member of the National Council of Provinces in South Africa. He also is the member of a DGHR committee here in SADC. We also have the SWAPO Chief Whip from Namibia. We're also going to hear from Honorable Teresa Jose Neto. She's from Angola and is a member of the GWED committee here in SADC. And finally, we're going to hear from Honorable Raimondo Diomba from Mozambique. He is also the member of the DHR committee. So I'd like to invite Honorable Kenneth Moimong to give us a presentation. Because of time, I'm going to give them 5 to 7 minutes for presentation because time is not on our side. And we're also going to have about 15 to 20 minutes for plenary at the end of their presentations. Honorable Kenneth Moimong, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Allow me to rise on the protocol already established by the Program Director and the SG. Allow me to also extend greetings from the delegation of our country to all of you who are assembled in this critically important forum that seeks to transform our parliament as apex institutions of democracy to better the lives of our people and consolidate the regional integration for Africa's sustainable development in our lifetime. Program Director, the insights and experience that we'll share from our country will be done under the thematic areas that you have outlined. And our starting point, Chairperson, is that our experience has taught us that transforming parliament is a truly activist and transformative people's parliament. Start first with the mindset shift and the transformation of our political parties themselves. And the thematic areas in terms of our context is informed by the vision of a post-colonial state formation and transformation that has been at the center of the transformation in our country, mainly informed and driven by the heroic and historic vision mobilized under the Freedom Charter. And the vision of the Freedom Charter is also captured in our Constitution, and mainly also informed by our commitment to ensure that there is gender equality within number of institutions that are an integral part of our state machinery. Issues around the representation of women in party structures, particularly within the dominant parties that comes from the progressive camp, are committed to ensuring that there is 50-50 gender representation across all leading organs, whether it is the party, whether it is parliament, and whether it is local authorities. To the extent, Program Director, that there is a fully fledged Ministry of Women, Youth and Disabilities located in the President's office. The idea to ensure that there is mainstreaming of gender issues into the government policy agenda. And the other point that I want to raise is that the institutionalization of equal gender representation within the leading organs of the state remains work in progress, because while parties have committed themselves towards doing that, at least the national level, that is parliamentary, that work still has to be affirmed. To mention that as part of institutionalizing gender equality within the state and private sectors, there are policies like employment equity plan, which is mainly driven to ensure that there is fair representation of race, gender in the labor force and its management echelons. And also the Parliament of South Africa, in terms of how we operate, that is multi-party women's caucus, but also within the parties themselves that are participating in Parliament consistently, so they meet as women's caucus of their respective political parties to ensure that they shape the agenda of the Parliament multi-party women's caucus. Also, key to the work that we also do is also ensuring that there is gender mainstreaming, and this is done through structures like a Gender-Based Violence National Steering Committee, which is constituted by civil society and the state to mobilize society against gender-based violence with direct funding from the state. And this is quite important because it is a milestone, because the issue of gender-based violence continues to be a scourge, and therefore it has to be confronted. And mainly people that are on the receiving end of this scourge is women who will be killed by their partners. And therefore, in order to respond to that, the Domestic Violence Act has been promulgated and also legislated to ensure that this issue is contained. Also, what is quite critical, Chair, is that among critical questions that we are asked to address is the role of the party whips in advancing women's political representation in SADC region. And I think we must say that the whips play a critical role at the level of caucus and also at the level of committees to ensure that the issue of gender mainstreaming is not only ideologically aligned, but also it fosters intra-party cohesion, and therefore a critical link between party leaders and legislators. The whips play an important role in ensuring that gender issues in their legislatures are related to their party leaders. Program Director, in his book, Political Parties, Their Organization and Activity in the Modern State, Maurice de Venger, who was an accomplished and remains an accomplished jurist and a former member of the European Parliament, describes the deeply hierarchical and centralized nature of the role of whips in the modern parliamentary system by stating, I quote, "Members of Parliament lead the party, but the members themselves are led by their leaders and their whips," unquote. Furthermore, Dennis Coe, a former British Labour Party member of Parliament in the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, emphasizes the importance of whips in a parliamentary system by likening a parliamentary system to a ship without a boiler, thereby highlighting the vital role of whips in ensuring the proper functioning of political parties within a parliamentary framework. More so, John Enoch Powell, who was seen and continues to be seen as a disciplinarian in the British Parliament because of his background as a former whip, stated in a heated discussion about the role of whips in the parliamentary system. And therefore, Program Director, let's pause here to make a reflection in terms of the work that we continue to do as the whips in our respective legislatures and parliament to address the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maimane, for that presentation. I now call upon Honorable Paula Cooper, SWAPO Deputy Chief Whip, to make her presentation. Thank you.
Allow me to stand on the protocol as already established. Now, we received a task to speak about political party reforms for advancing women's representation in the SADC region. And I have to speak on mine, the political party I represent. I'm a member of the political bureau of the Central Committee of the SWAPO Party and the Deputy Chief Whip in the National Assembly. Now I'm with 3 colleagues from the same political party. One, a Central Committee member of the party. One, a member of the Central Committee. One, a former member of the Women's Council, who was a regional coordinator for Women's Council. And the one behind was a district coordinator. So all these will come up here. And I think that I will be judged by them later. I don't know. We are from SWAPO, the 4 of us. Yeah. Now, what's happening, Ronald? Okay. Let me do it this way. Let me improvise. And my minutes are running with this. Now, honorable members, in 2013, the SWAPO Party took a deliberate action in amending the Constitution. This thing is that. That's our president. The ever first president, a female president. In the history of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief, I will start from there. Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Forces. The President of the Republic of Namibia and the ever first president, woman, female president of the SWAPO Party. Now, the benefit of that is the amendment of the Constitution in 2013. But way back at independence and inception of the country, our late President Sam Nujoma, deliberately created under the presidency a department for women's affairs. And she was the one that headed it way back. Am I lost? Somebody must come here. I'm a politician, not a technician. I will jump, honorable members, because I only have a few minutes, apparently. Now, the 2013 amendments, then maybe you must do it from that side. Yeah, 2013, the SWAPO Party amended the party constitution to deliberately include a 50-50 gender balancing and representation in all structures. And we are not just wheelbarrowed there, we earn it. That I must put. The structures, including the lowest is the section to the political bureau, which is the highest, the secretariat, the National Assembly and local authority, are based on the 50-50 gender representation. Due to the first past the post structure and the colleagues who have in the country's constituency-based elections knows that the one that comes there, no matter the gender, the one is made the candidate. So due to the first past the post structure, we do not have a sufficient women representation at the regional councils and the national council, and that's a challenge for us. The structure should be as follows. If a man is at the executive position, a woman should be the deputy and vice versa. Now, unfortunately, due to the demise of our president, President Hage Gottfried Geingob, who was our party president, we had President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah as the vice president, we had Comrade Honorable, she's Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, a female and a man. But now that we had extraordinary elections in our country, at our party, we promoted our president, but voted as the president. And that is, she's now the president of our party. Now our section starts, our party constitution starts from sections. Ronald, can you push it up for me? From the sections. Now, the sections, it must be, you are very far maybe. You are confusing a very good presentation and the female is presenting. Yeah, he must just stay there. And my brother, you took a copy of it. Why are you not doing it from that side? Is it? Okay, now let's move together and faster, because with the talking, my minutes are running. And I want to give you a good life story of Namibia. Now we are guided by the rules and procedures for elections of the party office bearers and party representatives at legislative and government levels, which are currently under review to align with the amendments of 2022. We amended again our constitution in 2022. So the rules and procedures must also speak to that. So it's under review as we are speaking. I brought documents, but it's unfortunately in English. And if you want to read it, you can get it to read. The nomination starts from the sections. Now the sections, if a male, as I've already said it, is a chairperson, a female must be the secretary. So we go 50-50 on that. Now the section office bearers are elected in the section conference as well as delegates to the branch conference. Now branch office bearers are also its sections, its branches, and its districts. Now for us who were young, we started at the youth league. So if you are in the youth league structure, you are automatically representing the youth league in the party structures. But it must be men, female, 50-50. We are moving. Now, we have several wings and affiliates. The Elders Council, the Women's Council, the Youth League, the Former Planned Combatants Association, Namibian Exile Kids Association, and National Union of Namibian Workers. Now, all of them have their own constitutions. But if they have to participate in the party activities, 50-50 gender representation must take place. All of them are represented automatically by virtue of their Congress elections in the Central Committee of the Mother Body, which is the SWAPO party, but based on a 50-50 gender representation. The election process is held, as I've already alluded to, by the wings and affiliates as per their constitutions and guidelines to elect representatives for representation in all the party structures and conferences. As I've already alluded to, that's now the examples of the sections, the branches, and how it is elected. I have enough documents for us who wants to peruse through it to look into that. It might be useful in our political parties and in our countries. We can move. Now, the Congress. All members of the Central Committee, that's now us, if we go to the Congress, is automatic delegates to the Congress. Then we have the 10 delegates elected from each regional executive committee, of which 5 shall be women. We have 4 delegates elected from the district executive committees, of whom 2 shall, that's compulsory, shall be women. We have 16 delegates from the Swapo Party Youth League elected by their congresses, of whom 8 shall be women. We have 20 delegates from the Swapo Party Women's Council. We see there is a difference between the other structures and the Swapo Party Women's Council. There are 20 from the Women's Council, 16 delegates from the Elders Council, of whom 8 shall be women. We have 16 delegations from the affiliates, of which 8 shall be women. So the constitution that we amended in 2013 was deliberate in including females and women in that. Now, if we move to the composition of the Central Committee, the President, the Vice President, Secretary General, and Deputy Secretary General, it must be 50-50. If two are women, 2 must be men. But it does not say in which chronological order it can be. But it must be 50-50. Then we have the we have the 70 members elected by the Congress on 50-50 gender representation. We have the secretary of the wings and 2 from each affiliate, of which 1 must be a woman, and all regional coordinators, as I've already alluded to. Can we move forward? My chairperson, we are in the same committee. Let's be lenient to each other. Now, there is we are talking of political financing and mechanisms for women candidates. Honorable members, we are probably all of us in the same boat. If you are a women candidate or a female candidate, if you don't have money, you think twice. Now, there is no financial support and mechanism for women candidates. So those are challenges that we have. And I believe it's across the board that it is like that women candidates don't have any financial support. So if somebody asks me now to be a candidate for president, vice president, secretary general, or DSG, I'll decline. I would rather go for the Central Committee, where I just say, vote for me, where I don't need to, go place by place and, give money. Not give money, but fuel, petrol in the car, you have your accommodation, all that, meeting people. How do you do that, the organization? There is no money. Let's move forward. There is no addressing the violence against women in politics. There is no direct protection. Only the Namibian Constitution protects, depending on the case, through the Namibian police and court system. There is nothing that protects women. We are probably in the same boat. And cyberbullying nowadays, to scare us off from becoming candidates. Just last week, I have seen how my president was cyberbullied. All of us are cyberbullied. And those are just tactics to scare us as women and also scare other young women or other women who wants to participate and who have capacity to be in the leadership. Now, if the perpetrator is a Swapo Party member, but there, on cybersecurity, I can go with a pseudonym and nobody will know. If the perpetrator is a Swapo Party member, the Swapo Party Code of Conduct and disciplinary procedures are applied where necessary. Now, what I have alluded to here goes down to the election of looking for candidates for National Assembly. For the National Assembly, it must be somewhere in the documents, Ronald. We have passed it because this is the final part. Now, if we have elections for the National Assembly, we convene an electoral college. Ronald, can you come to how we get candidates, how we source for the candidates? That's now the Deputy Chief Whip of SWAPO Party. The Chief Whip is a man, so therefore the Deputy Chief Whip is a female. How we source candidates from selection process, 50-50. We move. Now we convene an electoral college. And through that process, who are candidates from the Youth League? There are 6. I was one of them. 2014, I think. I was a candidate for Youth League. Youth League 6, 3 women, 3 men. How the selection starts? All Central Committee members are candidates. The regional conferences convene and they nominate 2 men, women. Is that so? 2, 1 man, 1 woman. The wings also, because I'm from the Youth League, 6. Women's Council, 6. All the affiliates, 6. From there, on a 50-50 gender representation, after that huge campaigning and wow, noise making, everything, you are 50-50. Now what we do is that you take the list of the women, you vote for 2 different lists. Women, men. Then they are taking it to go 50-50 under each other. I remember I was 40 on the women's list, or 20 on the women's list. But when it was put as 50-50, I was pushed downwards because of that. And I was 51. And the party just got 51 seats also. I was saved by the bell. Now that's how we are doing it. Now, our moving to government, we have less women in parliament as a legislature now. Because most of our ladies, we are honored, are in the executive. They are ministers and deputy ministers. So we have a deficit of female at the legislature. But we are pushing on. What we did also, and it is in the rules and procedures of the National Assembly, is that if a man is a chairperson of a committee, a female must be a deputy chairperson of a committee, standing committee. And that's how we are doing it at National Assembly also. And it's in the rules. Our speaker is a female. Our deputy speaker is a male. Now, SWAPO Party does good in this area. But we have political parties that does not have this in place in documents. And that's where you see in the National Assembly that we might have more men than women. And it's based on that, because each political party has its way, how he does things, and we cannot control them. But we were looking into the Electoral Act. So if we amend the Electoral Act to make representation, gender representation, compulsory, that's how we will probably succeed with a full 50-50 gender representation in the National Assembly. But now I think we are more females. Now, in the National Council, I already said it's first past the post. So the election is in the regions per constituency. Now, there are some constituencies who have only men as councillors. There is nothing that we can do about it. We have some constituencies who have female amongst them. Now, they must send it to the National Council as well in gender balancing, 50-50. That's why you see the 2 of us, we are 3 from the National Assembly. with Honorable Kalangula. I am a female, Honorable John Likando is a male, and Honorable Kalangula. It must always, Honorable John Monde and Mama are from the National Council. You call it Senate. So them also, they are represented on gender balancing.
Honorable Cooper, with these few remarks,
Sorry?
can we be concluding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Be concluded more or less, but there are challenges that must be addressed. We must probably look at our electoral reforms. I do not know how we will do it. Botswana also have the problem with the first past the post. That's why they have less females. I do not know what we will be doing because yours is National Assembly. Ours is the National Council that has the problem. At least at the regional, at the local authorities, the electoral law makes it compulsory that there must be female included in that. So, but now with the National Council, we have a problem a bit. With the first past the post, we have a problem at the National Assembly with the other political parties that you do not have control over. That does not have any rule of saying that 50-50 gender representation must be implemented. So they can send 50 men with one woman. It's out of our hands. So therefore, some of the documentation of the countries must be looked at. Some of in-house for the political parties, also it's an encouragement also for the other political parties who do not want to be led by a woman, and a progressive one for that matter. We are progressing. It's raining in Namibia, isn't it? It's good there over there. It's a mother leading, but we must already prepare ourselves to move towards that. But as women, we must also end the pulling each other down as females and being used by men. They just use us for them to climb on top of us and be on top of us forever. Patriarchy will never end if we are not careful. I so submit. That was a political statement.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Cooper. I was a bit gracious on how on time because Namibia is a trailblazer when it comes to advancing women participation in politics. They have a woman president, I think just like Tanzania, but they also have a woman speaker. And I understand you also have Chief Justice who is a woman? No.
Police.
Yes. Yeah, so you're really doing good. At this juncture, let me call upon Honorable Teresa Jose Neto from Angola to give us her presentation. Thank you.
Muito bom dia a todos e todas. Todo o protocolo observado. Eu gostaria de agradecer à secretária-geral, apesar de não estar aqui na sala, pelo privilégio. Agradeço também o presidente dessa sessão. Quero também, em primeiro lugar, felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC pela pertinência da abordagem deste tema, que acreditamos que seja muito importante. Como abordagem desta temática, vamos falar do quadro partidário sensível ao gênero, o processo de seleção de candidatos, cotas partidárias e sistemas de zebra, mas precisamos refletir em vez só de falarmos sobre esses temas. Bem, nós, como exemplo de Angola, nós trazemos aqui que a nossa Assembleia Nacional existe um grupo de mulheres parlamentares que é constituída por todas as parlamentares que têm assento político na Assembleia Nacional. Temos como objetivo garantir a promoção da mulher. O nosso parlamento é constituído por 220 deputados e nesse número de deputados nós somos 83 mulheres deputadas. Até o ano passado, nós éramos 91 deputadas. Nesse momento, o número reduziu porque algumas das deputadas da Assembleia Nacional foram nomeadas a cargos executivos, como ministras e governadoras. Nesse momento, o partido que governa é que tem o maior número de deputadas. Das 83, o partido que governa tem 63 deputadas. O segundo partido tem 16 deputadas e nós temos um outro grupo político, né, que tem assento na Assembleia Nacional, que tem uma deputada. O grupo de mulheres tem 6 grupos de trabalho que são coordenadas por mulheres, onde temos um plano de trabalho onde o nosso foco é concentrado no trabalho da mulher e da jovem rapariga. Desenvolvemos atividades ligadas à saúde da mulher e da menina, da prevenção da gravidez precoce e do analfabetismo. Temos parceiros sociais, constituídos por associações que são lideradas por mulheres, associações de pessoas em situação de vulnerabilidade, pessoas com albinismo, empoderamento das mulheres e idosas. Temos um plano de atividade neste grupo de mulheres que temos mulheres de todos os estados sociais, como mulher no exército, generais, médicas, reitoras, jornalistas, secretárias. Enfim, o nosso grupo é versátil. Temos várias mulheres, como já disse anteriormente, que têm cargo de direção. Nós, em Angola, temos pela primeira vez uma mulher vice-presidente da República. Temos uma mulher presidente, já tivemos uma mulher presidente da Assembleia Nacional, que eu acho que algumas das pessoas que estão aqui nessa sala conheceram. Temos uma segunda vice-presidente da Assembleia Nacional, que também é mulher. Portanto, nós temos casos de sucesso na Assembleia Nacional. A nossa Assembleia Nacional, pela primeira vez nessa legislatura, tem um número elevado de mulheres e mulheres jovens. O quadro partidário sensível ao gênero, o partido que governa já atingiu a percentagem de 50% a 50%. Na Assembleia Nacional também os deputados, eu já disse, nesse quadro de 83 mulheres que nós temos, a percentagem é de 40,4%. No governo temos representação feminina, nós temos muitas mulheres com cargo de direção, temos ministras, por exemplo, nós temos a nossa ministra da Saúde, ministra das Finanças, ministra da Educação, do Trabalho, Segurança Social, ministra do Estado para a Área Social, temos ministra da Família e Promoção da Mulher e também temos muitas secretárias de Estado. Na diplomacia também temos uma representação muito elevada de mulheres, temos muitas mulheres governadoras. Nas nossas 21 províncias, as mulheres também estão representadas como governadoras. Nós temos magistrada, a nossa juíza conselheira presidente do Tribunal Constitucional é uma mulher, temos vice-presidente do Tribunal Supremo é uma mulher, temos vice-presidente do Tribunal de Contas é uma mulher, a provedora de Justiça de Angola também é uma mulher. Só para recuar um pouco na história, em 1992, Angola teve uma mulher que candidatou-se à presidência da República com seu próprio partido político. E nesta legislatura, nós temos na Assembleia Nacional uma mulher que é presidente do seu partido político, portanto, também está representada na Assembleia Nacional. Nós temos os financiamentos, são iguais para todos os partidos políticos, não há diferença dos financiamentos. O nosso sistema é de zebra, pelo menos para o partido que está no poder. Por isso é que eu disse há pouco tempo que tem o maior número de deputadas na Assembleia Nacional. Nós temos a lei dos partidos políticos que definem regras que estimulam a promoção da igualdade de oportunidade entre homens e mulheres, bem como a representação do gênero não inferior a 30% nos seus órgãos diretivos a todos os níveis. Em Angola, tem estado a realizar reforma legislativa no quadro institucional e político para eliminar a violência contra a mulher e promover a igualdade de gênero em consonância com a Declaração e a Plataforma de Ação de Beijing. Gostaria ainda de realçar a Lei 25/11 contra a violência doméstica, a Política Nacional de Igualdade e Equidade de Gênero e o Plano de Ação Nacional para a implementação da Resolução 1325 do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas sobre mulheres, paz e segurança. Portanto, para as mulheres chegarem na política em Angola, elas, como os homens, precisam estar enquadradas e pertencerem a um partido político, associação política, como é o caso das associações juvenis e associações das mulheres, que nós temos várias associações em Angola. Portanto, de uma forma resumida, dizer que as mulheres angolanas estão organizadas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Honorable Teresa Jose Neto, for the wonderful presentation. I now call upon Honorable Diom from give us his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. My English is stopped. Finished. Primeiro queremos agradecer essa oportunidade que temos de falar sobre a participação da mulher e o seu envolvimento na vida cotidiana do povo moçambicano. Excelência, eu vou tentar resumir, uma vez que muitos falaram da mesma maneira que eu podia repetir. Acho não haver necessidade para tal. Moçambique tem o seu parlamento, constituído por homens e mulheres, jovens e adultos, e alguns velhos que ainda são ativos. Entretanto, o seu envolvimento para chegar a ser deputado da Assembleia da República segue as regras iguais com os homens. Uma vez que não temos sistema de candidatos de fazer campanha pessoalmente em cada círculo eleitoral, então o partido assume esse papel, junto com esse candidato. Como são escolhidos? Os candidatos são escolhidos na base dos partidos próprios. Eles definem, como o caso do Partido Frelimo, definem através de diretivas, percentagem de participação de cada grupo social. Portanto, tem de mulher, tem de jovens, tem de homens adultos, como são veteranos de luta de libertação nacional, e há grupo geral. Mas todos esses, quem tem mais vantagem é o jovem. Porque o jovem, quando entra na corrida, entra como jovem, não interessa se é mulher ou homem. Então, se conseguir espaço lá, mas o grupo que é eleito pela própria organização aumenta o número de jovens. Esse é o método que temos usado. Depois de escolha, na base de diretivas, esses são anunciados e todos são conhecidos. E passam a fazer campanha no seu círculo eleitoral. Porque a escolha começa na província, para além do distrito. E depois avança para o nível nacional. São esses que participam ativamente na escolha de deputado. Não temos o sistema de outros países que há obrigação de escolha de um membro do parlamento para passar a ser ministro. Nós simplesmente é a escolha de qualidade que o presidente eleito, que pode preferir um dos deputados para ser ministro. Portanto, não há obrigação que da Assembleia da República tem que sair tantos. Pode não sair nenhum. E pode sair muitos. Mas sempre há a questão de cota da mulher. O partido, como está organizado, a partir de cima para baixo, começando pelo Congresso, penso que Namíbia estava a imitar, talvez viu a minha apresentação. Falou exatamente aquilo que nós fazemos lá. Então, temos o Congresso, temos o Comitê Central, que é o produto do Congresso, e depois temos, do nível provincial, os órgãos locais, Comitê Provincial, Comitê Distrital, Comitê de Círculo, Comitê da Zona, etc. Até lá, para marcar a presença do partido no local. Isto tudo para evitar que haja maior quantidade de reclamações, porque não houve democracia. Aqui estou a falar somente do Partido Frelimo, partido em que eu pertenço. Na Assembleia, depois da escolha, nós temos, total são 250 deputados. Desses 250, a Frelimo tem 81. O partido Podemos, para angolanos que falam português, Podemos como partido, não Podemos como palavra. Então, Podemos tem 6, Renamo tem 8 e o partido MDM tem 3. Na definição de regras nacionais, a lei eleitoral, quem tiver mais votos é que assume a liderança. Então, nisto, deixe também para órgãos de base. Mas a mulher sempre está em primeiro lugar, praticamente na prioridade. Eu só dando exemplo que nós temos presidente do Tribunal Constitucional, uma mulher. Presidente do Tribunal Supremo, mulher. Presidente do Tribunal Administrativo, mulher. Presidente da Assembleia da República, mulher. Então não vou mais para baixo, porque são muitas mulheres que estão lá. E esses estão a participar ativamente. Mesmo assim, a mulher que eu trago aqui está a dizer que não, vamos avançar mais. Aquilo é pouco. Nós deixamos que é o direito que a mulher tem, como qualquer cidadão no nosso país. Queremos também informar que, na base de regras estipuladas, existem formas de financiamento das atividades políticas do partido Frelimo neste caso. Para além de cota que a Comissão Nacional de Eleições estipula e atribui aos partidos políticos concorrentes, então cada partido faz contribuição, como o nosso partido faz contribuição, que é cota que se paga mensalmente, dependendo de regra que o partido traça. Então, essa contribuição é também atribuído à base. Cada partido recebe a sua parte. Aquela cota que vem da Comissão Nacional de Eleições, que é de todos, também são repartidos para atender a base. Como disse no princípio, que não há candidato singular que vai dizer que vote em mim sozinho. Não. Vote no meu partido. Votando bem no meu partido, eu também vou ser eleito. Daí que não há singularidade, individualidade no processo no seu todo. Para além de contribuição que se faz através de cotas, os membros podem, havendo possibilidade, fazer acréscimo daquilo que dá. Porque cota em si não é suficiente para atender muita coisa política. que acontecem no nosso país. Nós queremos, mais uma vez, dizer que a nossa definição ajuda, de certa maneira, de evitar conflitos entre nós. Cada um sabe como aparece a ter qualidade de deputado, na base de regra que o seu partido próprio definiu. Aqui onde é que estamos? Nós somos, de momento, 4, mas total somos 5. De 5, um não está, e é do partido Podemos. A Frelimo está com 3, incluindo eu que estou a falar. Os restantes 2, que devia dizer eu, falando em português, 2, são mulheres. Pode levantar, por favor? Aquelas nossas florinhas. São esses. Tanto ocupa. E esses são a maioria em relação a nós todos. Os homens no grupo somos 2 só. Eu com aquele fotógrafo improvisado que está aí. Então, só isso. Quer dizer que obedecemos essa regra para evitar que a mulher fique de fora. Que não haja participação feminina em todos os movimentos. No parlamento, temos, para além de cota geral, que são, como disse em princípio, 91 dos 250 mulheres, e desses, a Frelimo tem 81 mulheres. Podemos, dissemos logo no princípio. Renamo também. Tanto esses todos engloba e cria o gabinete parlamentar da mulher só. Eu digo que, infelizmente, o homem não é convidado para fazer parte desse gabinete da mulher. Ficam só mulheres. Tá vendo? Mulher tem mais chance do que o homem. Então, tem gabinete da mulher, e esse gabinete da mulher atende assuntos da mulher em todos os aspectos. E são elas que ocupam o número 1 na defesa da lei que defende posições e direitos da mulher no parlamento. Temos na estrutura governativa, na parte da Polícia da República de Moçambique, um gabinete ligado ao combate à violência à mulher. Embora agora o homem também leve a porrada, seriamente. Mas o número é menor. São poucos. O resto são mulheres. E esses têm defesa do Estado. Não pode tocar na mulher e bater de qualquer maneira como se fosse bebê. É a sua filha, não. E é tomado medidas severamente para que isto não seja hábito do homem. O passado já passou. Se você não foi o homem há 2 séculos atrás, e lá onde é que havia violações, então perdeu o tempo. Agora é igualdade. Nós estamos a fazer tudo por tudo para garantir que a mulher tenha o seu espaço na sociedade. E a contribuição da mulher é mais positiva. Uma contribuição que ajuda e garante que a mulher, de facto, vale a pena confiar. Só vendo o passado, durante a luta de libertação nacional, a mulher entrou muito tarde. Só em 1993. Nós terminamos a guerra em 94. Quando entra a mulher, a situação mudou. Quem sabe por que a mulher entrou? E foi rápido. Conseguimos independência. Tanto vamos confiar na mulher em tarefas que achamos que são difíceis e muito mais no cuidado de Mola. Muito obrigado a todos.
Thank you so much, Honorable Diomba from Mozambique. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, you would agree with me that the honorable members here have done a very good job on their presentations, and therefore, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. At this juncture, I'd like to open the floor for plenary for reflections. And because of time, I would urge the honorable members and distinguished delegates to be brief in your reflections. Can I have takers? Tanzania. What's that? South Africa. That one. Namibia. Okay. Yes, this is what? Angola. Botswana. What? Oh, DRC. Okay. 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 Lesotho. All right, thank you so much. So we have takers from Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Angola, the Botswana, DRC, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. Oh, the first was Zimbabwe. All right, the first is Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, TZ, in that order. So can we have the honorable from Zimbabwe?
Thank you very much. And thank you so much, our presenters. That was a very insightful presentation. And I'm going to touch a bit about the most interesting one was Namibia. And I would say congratulations to Namibia. In as much as we want to empower women, I think you are taking a step ahead, taking it from other countries like Rwanda, the South African internal processes. My only comment, which I also want maybe to elaborate, is I liked the idea of the internal processes, because what I believe in is if we have strong constitutional reforms at party level, that will also help for women participation, because the political parties are the gateway to leadership. In as much as we want to increase more women in political leadership, we must focus more in our internal processes, because I've also realized that at your national level, even if you are going for the congresses, it's more like the zebra system in your internal processes, which will also help most of the political parties. Because I can cite most of the political parties, they are more like first past the post at political level, which is also a barrier for women to get into politics. And what I also want maybe to add on was the alignment of those constitutions with the national processes. Maybe you could even go deeper in terms of the electoral reforms when you go for the elections, to say if the political parties doesn't bring in the zebra system for the candidates, for those parties using or those countries using this first past the post, then they will seek maybe a disqualification of some sort. Because when you now go for the parliament, this is where I think we are also lacking it. And I think we must now focus more on creating the mandatory gender quotas, which will also help, because when we go for the internal processes, this is where we are demanding for transparent and fair candidate selection. What I only want maybe to add on is the issue of the protection against gender-based violence. I think this is where we want a strong law for protecting women against the cyberbullying. Like you said, even the president was also a victim on the issue of cyberbullying. I think we can maybe talk of, let me just give you an example for Zimbabwe, because in Zimbabwe we have a law which was part of our election mandate, which I think it can also help you, because we now have in our main constitution the issue of insults where we are having the Criminal Law Codification Reform Act, which is the section of 164B for cyberbullying and harassment. It is also helping women because most of the women, they are afraid to go to courts, but for those who want to be protected, if you go and report, it is really helping women. So I feel that we must have strong laws for cyberbullying. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Zimbabwe. I think I confused the tag for Zimbabwe. I thought it was from Tanzania, but is there a tag for raise tag for Tanzania? No. Before I go to South Africa.
Yeah.
All right. Later. All right. Thank you so much. South Africa.
Thank you, moderator. I'm going to be a bit controversial, so just be warned. Let me preface my input by making the following statement. I lost my mother when I was 7, and I lost my father when I was 11. I was raised by my sisters. So for me, women are not these inferior creatures that we must manipulate laws so that they rise or emerge. For me, the key question that we should be asking is the playing field leveled for men and women to compete on equal footing? It's not the manipulation of processes so that women emerge, because I don't think we'll be dealing with the problem. And here we're dealing with the cause, the symptom, not the cause. Because the key question, again, that we should be answering here is, if the playing field is not level, what are those stumbling blocks? You still have the issue of men and women, working, doing the same work, but they're not paid the same way, for example. So you have an intervention, for example, in sport, where we are saying, well, we want to pay the women athletes the same wages as the men. But are you really dealing with the cause? Because if you are not investing in women's sport so that it becomes attractive to fans and sponsors, so that they are able to get paid the same salary as men, and you just say, well, we are going to equalize, you're not dealing with the problem. So for me, when we're having this conversation, because sometimes I get a sense that it has an element of patronizing women. We must do certain things so that these inferior creatures, must be equal to men. Women are powerful in their own right. In fact, that is why I'm saying that what is it that is a stumbling block that makes women to fail? And those are the things that we need to deal with so that they can then compete with us men on equal footing, instead of manipulating laws and processes for them to emerge. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, South Africa. We now go to Namibia.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. The previous honorable speaker have just mentioned a few things that also wanted to touch on, but perhaps I also want to get a little bit more controversial in this matter. Pardon me for that. Well, women, as much as the gender has been given a lot of opportunities, I think it's fair to say enough that they too themselves should prove themselves as worthy as everyone else. And as a result, merit should also apply instead of hiding behind the gender. Because I've seen this happening a lot of times. Examples have been coming up where women particularly are placed in leadership and their failure persists and an embarrassment comes. Tanzania is one of the examples that we have seen. And of course, you see it as much as the party criteria are also put in place on the 50.
Honorable point of order.
Okay.
I would urge you to really not give
all right.
the examples.
I withdraw on that.
Yes,
on
please.
that aspect.
Yeah,
Perhaps
sure.
to generalize.
Yeah,
I withdraw. Apologies on that. Perhaps on the party selection, One can really put it in as much as the general party selection is also put in place on the 50-50. The gender selection tend to also overshoot on appointments. One would see that on the party election and the proportional representation applies correctly so. But when appointments come, then again, a gender applies. I feel, would it be perhaps to help me answer the question, what is your take on male inferiority and the female dominance in respect of, instead of the balancing of this gender? Perhaps, for example, like us in Namibia, we could be facing to have another male caucus in the future if we are not careful, if we are not balancing this act. For example, the male are now afraid of a female. There are a lot of them are single, and and because of this, so perhaps we should be careful on that one and just strike that balance, just to see that our population is very low, and we might sacrifice on that in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Namibia. Quite controversial. Let's go to Angola. Angola. Agradeço ao honorável moderador por nos dar a palavra. Começo por felicitar todos os oradores e felicitar também o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por ter trazido esta temática para a nossa reflexão, porque nós entendemos que uma democracia integra múltiplas perspectivas sociais e ela torna-se mais legítima, mais sensível às necessidades reais quando todos participam. E a pergunta que se coloca é: pode uma democracia ser completa quando metade da sua população, que em alguns casos são as mulheres, não participa plenamente nas decisões coletivas? Participar significa influenciar, significa também liderar, e liderar bem. Nós dissemos aqui, ouvimos dizer aqui, que as mulheres também têm que provar. Eu acho que não são só as mulheres que têm que provar. Todos os que abraçam a vida política têm que dar provas de que, de fato, estão a participar na vida política com algum objetivo. A prova não pode ser só para as mulheres. A prova é para mulheres e é para homens, porque a maior parte da Constituição dos nossos países consagra a igualdade de direitos entre homens e mulheres. Mas, infelizmente, nós assistimos à violência política no género, e é mais dirigida ao género feminino, que consiste em excluir a mulher do espaço público, impedir ou restringir o seu acesso, ou às vezes até induzi-la a tomar decisões contrárias à sua vontade. Eu entendo que a participação política das mulheres não é um gesto simbólico. É uma exigência da democracia moderna. E eu falo na primeira pessoa, porque eu fui a primeira mulher em Angola a assumir o cargo de vice-presidente do partido que está no poder. E vivi isto. Vivi, consegui impactar outras mulheres. Porque as mulheres reviam-se num exemplo de que, afinal, é possível também as mulheres participarem na vida política. É possível também as mulheres contribuírem com as suas ideias e com as suas sugestões. Mas o que nós assistimos, em alguns casos, é a violência política sobre as mulheres. Quer seja por via da internet,
por via de insultos na rua. Portanto, eu gostaria de propor que a violência política contra as mulheres fosse mesmo considerado um crime eleitoral. Porque, afinal de contas, nós devemos todos participar na vida política em igualdade de circunstâncias, porque todos somos seres humanos. A única diferença que existe entre homens e mulheres é a diferença biológica. De resto, todos nós devemos participar, devemos liderar e devemos dar o nosso contributo para o desenvolvimento dos nossos países. Portanto, eu queria felicitar aqueles países que estão a fazer progressos em matéria de igualdade do género. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Angola. We now go to Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most of the speakers, we are having common problems in our countries, but let me pick those which I feel they've left them. But I heard the two speakers who were talking about being controversial, but I would like to maybe to remind them they've forgotten the patriarchy. If in your country or in your ward you have this patriarchal system, even if laws or even the field is leveled, if there is that patriarchal issues, there's no how you are going to win even the battlefield is leveled. I'm trying to say, we in Botswana, we have the candidate selection process where people will be saying, I want to contest, be it women candidate, men candidate, and there is no how the party will stop the men to say, no, leave the woman to contest. We will be going to primary elections, men and women, and we'll be fighting on the field. So what I'm trying to show is that women have got a muscle also, but we're lacking the financial support most of the time. We fail the primary elections because we don't have that financial muscles. Hence, I'm saying we need the political funding. The one which was mentioned, the political funding is important because it's not meant for women. That is a democratic right for political parties. We need that, of which we feel even women will be benefiting from it. Again, I'm trying to say our party structures, they're very good with saying the 50%, the 30%, and they're very good at documenting it, but practically it's zero, because there is no how they're showing their support to those women that are given the 50%. But again, I'm not saying women should just sleep and be pointed out. They should encourage them. They should also empower them. Literally, if you are talking to women in rural areas, some people are illiterate. Some people don't know how to stand, how to talk to people. They need to be trained, but it should start with the party structures. Again, in Botswana, we don't have the zebra. We are still at first past the first past the post, of which I'm praying day and night. We are supposed to review our constitution. I'm praying day and night that we will include the electoral reforms so that we can go into zebra system, because it's very difficult for women to be in politics if you are not supported by the zebra system. So I think having this zebra system is also an advantage to us, to show us that women are also taken aboard. We are also having violence against women, especially the cyberbullying. And it's very common in Botswana, so that we are telling these little girls or these women to stay home. They must cook for you. They must make teas for you. The politics are not for them. But we are trying very hard to show them that, no, it's not like that. And there's a law which is coming up. We are still having a problem of maybe putting it into use of cyberbullying, of which I believe it will go into use. And again, me as an example, to show those men who are saying we just wanted to be pointed. I was competing with 4 men in my constituency, 4 men. I was the only woman, but I was fighting. I was taking other men amongst those men who didn't understand why I'm standing, but they were helping me. I'm saying that those men who are for she, who are helping. So we shouldn't just think women are just sleeping. So I'm just pleading with the SADC Parliamentary Forum to say, can you assist each other how we can just level the ground across the region? I thank you.
Thank you so much, Botswana. I think finally, we have DRC and Lesotho. Let's be very mindful of time, otherwise they'll finish the food at the restaurant before we go. Yeah, so yeah, let's have DRC and then Lesotho, and finally Mozambique. Yes.
Ok, merci beaucoup. J'ai aimé l'exposé de l'honorable Paola, qui m'a beaucoup inspiré, et je crois que prochainement, je vais aller en Namibie pour des recherches. Le parti SWAPO, j'ai trouvé qu'il est dangereux pour l'Afrique. Dangereux pourquoi? Parce qu'il faut aimer la compétition que le favoritisme. La plupart des femmes en Afrique s'occupent de l'agriculture. Lorsqu'une femme, avec votre système de partage équitable et équilibré de postes ici, je crois que les femmes ne vont même plus s'occuper de l'agriculture. Et ma question est celle-ci. Il y a des universités en Namibie. Et comment se fait le recrutement? S'il y a 50 professeurs, donc il faut 50 femmes, 50 hommes. Je trouve ça très dangereux pour le reste. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, it sounds patriarchal, but let's move on. Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me first acknowledge the journey traveled by the SWAPO party trying to achieve the gender parity. Maybe let me say with a view that zebra allocation of PR seats, we have effectively achieved 50-50 gender representation. Now, that achievement gets distorted when we come to first past the post model, which practices direct democracy. Now, don't you think it is high time that we recommend to the Assembly to resolve or to encourage the SADC member states to change their electoral models to the one with 100% proportional representation, such that we can practice the zebra model throughout the country? Now we recommend that they include that in the SADC model laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, let's have a contribution from Mozambique, and then we'll close the session.
Muito obrigado. Não sei se vou estar naqueles que nós temos que são polêmicos, mas queria, com a permissão da mesa, começar a dizer que concordo plenamente com aquilo que disse o nosso chefe da delegação de Moçambique neste encontro. Nós de Moçambique já avançamos bastante nesta questão do gênero, mas queria aqui trazer algumas questões ao colocar. A primeira questão que queria trazer é que nós dissemos aqui que as constituições dos nossos países todos defendem a igualdade entre homem e mulher, atendendo que as constituições dos nossos países defendem a igualdade entre homem e mulher. Penso num bom entendimento, a lei ou o protocolo que estamos a formular devia ser com o seguinte título. O seguinte título é contra a violência doméstica, porque a violência não é só efetuada contra a mulher. A violência não é só efetuada contra a criança, é efetuada contra qualquer ser que esteja em casa, homem, mulher, criança. Então, tinha que trazer este conteúdo. Eu quero me aqui relembrar, no nosso país, em Moçambique, temos esta lei de violência doméstica, que na altura eu era relator da comissão, da primeira comissão, e o doutor Dauto, já falecido, era o presidente. Houve um grupo de organizações da sociedade civil acompanhados com parceiros. Trouxeram à Assembleia que diz, esta lei tinha que ser aprovada tal como que eles tinham programado. Mas se formos ao fundo procurar saber se estes parceiros que nos apoiam nos seus próprios países implementam este sistema de zebra ou não. Porque às vezes nós falamos situações de África, mas tendo em conta aqueles que nos ajudam, aqueles que nos patrocinam para produzir estas leis. Mas nós, como moçambicanos, a nossa lei é contra a violência doméstica e nós dissemos, esta lei também é aplicável com as devidas adaptações aos homens, porque não pode haver uma lei só para a mulher. E isso acho que não é legislar com bom tom. As coisas têm que ser perfeitamente feitas. Ir em conformidade com aquilo que está nas nossas constituições. Agora, contrariar para trazer dividendos ou não, eu não sei. E não só. Eu tenho uma outra perspectiva, se me permitir, excelências, é que as mulheres até pode ser mais de 50%. Qual é o problema? Aqui não é para definir que só tem que ser 50%. Se as mulheres forem as melhores, pode ser mais de 50%, pode ser 60%, não há nenhum problema. Que esta democracia que todos nós queremos que haja na nossa região, no nosso continente, em cada país. Outra coisa que eu queria dizer, os países que começaram com a democracia, não vou referir nome, alguns têm 200 anos de independência. Nesses países, que para quem faz o estudo do direito comparado, nunca houve nenhuma liderança a nível do topo de mulher. Também questionar por que estamos a estudar. Porque não é só trazer assunto para nós discutirmos. Também temos que aprofundar no ponto de vista não só jurídico, mas também sociológico. E também perceber as nossas culturas, onde ficam. Porque nós não podemos esquecer que cada povo tem a sua cultura. Cada povo tem a sua maneira de vivência. E nós temos que estar nesse conjunto, fazer coisas como deve ser. Não é porque alguém nos particionou e ele dá linhas gerais. Tu faz ABC, se não faz ABC, não tem financiamento. Nós vamos perseguir isso. Isso não é assim. Mas no nosso país, em Moçambique, nós apostamos que as mulheres têm que participar em todas as esferas da vida política nacional. Esse é o nosso propósito. Mas sempre observando essa parte. Não podemos esquecer, nós somos africanos. E muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, honorable members, distinguished delegates. I think we come to the end of this session this afternoon. We are going to have another session soon after we come from lunch. And some of the issues that have been raised, I think we'll find space during that session because these sessions are interrelated. Most of the reflections basically had to do with commending what the presenters did present. But I've noted there are 3-4 members, honorable members. I think Mozambique, DRC, Namibia, there's some South Africa better, but some patriarchal sentiments. These are genuine fears, honorable members, and we need to allay those fears so that we are on the same page with these honorable members when we talk about women empowerment, especially in politics. So I think these are issues that will have to be addressed when we come. It's interesting because in Namibia, all of us are commending Namibia for the wonderful job that they are doing in advancing women participation in politics. But we have concerns from men that they feel like they're being left behind. So those issues have to be addressed when we come back from lunch this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Oh, good afternoon, honorable members. All the male members that chose to be controversial, please sit with me over lunch. I have a fast-track reorientation program that I want to enroll. Honorable members, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 14:50. We have a record number of whips, and I'll count on the whips to help us to be gathered here at 14:50. Earlier on, I was looking for one of the whips to whip herself to come into the meeting. This should never repeat. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, honorable members.
Honorable members, let's take our seats. We are about to start the second session.
Masenate, one of the colleagues, can we have one more chair up front? Ronald, please assist. Thank you.
Honorable members, distinguished delegates, welcome to the second session this afternoon. And I think before we get started, I would like to invite our distinguished presenters. These are chairpersons of women caucuses from Seychelles, DRC, Malawi, Madagascar, Mozambique, and Tanzania. Would you please come up here so that you take the seats in front here? Seychelles, DRC, Malawi, Madagascar, Mozambique, and Tanzania. Okay, can we have presenters from Tanzania and Mozambique? Tanzania and Mozambique. Honorable members, let's take our seats. Presenters sit up here. So this afternoon, we will continue to discuss these matters related to women empowerment, because for centuries, women have been excluded, particularly from political participation. And that's why I think earlier on, we are reminded that in the US, despite having a democracy of more than 100 years, about 50 now, they have never produced a woman president. In fact, as a region, as SADC, we have beaten them in that regard, because in our region, we've had women presidents, and currently in Namibia, Tanzania, we have women presidents. So I think we are doing well in that regard. And our discussion this afternoon will center on building cross-party parliamentary solidarity for women's political empowerment in the SADC region. We're going to focus much on bipartisan collaboration, women's caucuses as platforms for collective advocacy, lessons from national and regional experiences, and recommendations. And this afternoon, we have 6 presenters, and these are chairpersons of women parliamentary caucuses from some of the member states, including Seychelles, DRC, Malawi, Madagascar, Mozambique, and Tanzania. So we'll have Seychelles to start the presentations. And because of time, I'll give you between 5 to 7 minutes. Please, let's stick to time. Seychelles, you have the floor. Thank you.
So good afternoon, honorable colleagues and all protocol observed. Important to note in the sessions, we do take note of the time. So Mr. Chair, rest assured that the needful will be done. So as Mr. Chair has presented, I am not the chair of the Women's Caucus, but rather I am the vice chair. So for me, it is a privilege to stand before you today to speak on building cross-party parliamentary solidarity for women's political empowerment in the SADC region. This is not only a theme for discussion, but a call to action for all of us who believe that democracy must be inclusive, representative, and responsive to the need of our people. In Seychelles, we have seen that women's empowerment is strongest when it transcends party lines. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus has united members across political affiliations to confront issues that affect all citizens. We have raised alarm on rising cancer cases, addressed teenage pregnancies, and commemorated the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. These are not partisan matters. They are human concerns that demand collective action. Our caucus has also collaborated with partners such as UN Women to conduct training on violence against women in politics, ensuring that women leaders are protected and empowered to serve. This bipartisan spirit has allowed us to work together, regardless of political differences, to advance equality and strengthen democracy. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus has become a dynamic platform for advocacy and outreach. We have visited schools such as Pleasant Secondary, the Exceptional School, and the Deaf School, engaging directly with students and educators. We have met with the Seychelles Alzheimer's Foundation, the Citizens Engagement Platform, and the National Youth Assembly, ensuring that parliamentary advocacy is informed by community voices. We have celebrated women's economic empowerment through initiatives like the Women Entrepreneurs Bazaar and strengthen youth participation through empowerment events. Those activities demonstrate that caucuses are not symbolic bodies. They are engines of change connecting parliament to the people. From Seychelles, we have learned that sustained progress requires institutional support and continuity. The caucus has consistently engaged with ministries, civil society, religious groups, and international partners, from the Commonwealth Secretariat to the European Union, to ensure that women's issues remain on the agenda. We have also learned that advocacy must be holistic. Our caucus has addressed gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, health concerns, and youth empowerment, recognizing that women's political empowerment is linked to broader social and economic realities. Regionally, exchanges through the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assemblies and SADC workshops have shown us the power of peer learning. By sharing experiences, we can adapt successful models and avoid repeating mistakes. To advance women's political empowerment across the SADC region, I propose that we institutionalize cross-party caucuses in every parliament with clear mandates and adequate resources. We must strengthen regional networks of women MPs to facilitate knowledge sharing and coordinated advocacy. We must develop monitoring frameworks to track domestication of SADC gender protocols and hold governments accountable. We must invest in mentorship and training for young women leaders, building a pipeline of future parliamentarians. We must invest in specialized capacity building for parliamentary staff that provide assistance to the caucuses and in research as well. And we must engage men as allies, recognizing that gender equality benefits entire societies and require collective commitment. Honorable colleagues, the experience of Seychelles shows that when women parliamentarians unite across party lines, they can transform governance. Our Women's Parliamentary Caucus has proven that solidarity, advocacy, and outreach can empower communities and strengthen democracy. Let us, as the SADC region, build on these lessons. Let us ensure that women's political empowerment is not just a principle we endorse, but a reality we deliver. Together, we can make our parliaments more inclusive, our governance more democratic, and our region a beacon of gender-responsive leadership. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for indeed sticking to time. Let me now yield the floor to the DRC.
Je vais respecter le temps. Nous sommes respectueux du temps en République démocratique du Congo. Voilà. Honorable Président, honorables députés, membres du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, chers collègues, permettez-moi de prime abord d'adresser au nom de notre délégation nos sincères remerciements au secrétaire du Forum pour l'attention portée à une question centrale sur l'avenir démocratique de notre région. Établir une solidarité parlementaire transpartisane en vue de l'autonomisation politique des femmes dans l'espace de la SADC. Honorable Président, ce thème nous invite à dépasser les déclarations de principe. Il nous oblige à nous poser une question simple. Comment faire en sorte que les femmes ne soient pas seulement présentes dans les institutions, mais qu'elles puissent réellement influencer les décisions publiques, impacter les politiques nationales, prendre une part active au contrôle de l'action gouvernementale et plus largement participer à la construction de nos démocraties. Dans nos parlements, nous appartenons à des partis et regroupements politiques différents. Nous représentons la majorité ou l'opposition. Nous portons des sensibilités diverses et à travers notre mandat national, nous représentons également nos circonscriptions électorales respectives. Cependant, certaines causes dépassent nos clivages partisans. La participation politique des femmes est l'une de ces causes. Elle touche à la qualité de la démocratie, à la crédibilité de nos institutions et à la capacité de nos États à produire des politiques publiques plus justes, plus inclusives et plus proches des réalités sociales. C'est pourquoi la solidarité parlementaire transpartisane ne doit pas être un simple slogan, elle doit devenir une méthode de travail. Cette méthode doit commencer au sein de nos partis politiques. Trop souvent, les femmes mobilisent, accompagnent et soutiennent les campagnes électorales, mais elles demeurent insuffisamment investies, insuffisamment financées et insuffisamment protégées lorsqu'elles deviennent candidates ou responsables politiques. Nous devons donc agir sur 3 leviers essentiels: la sélection des candidates, le financement politique et la protection des femmes contre les violences politiques, médiatiques et numériques. La femme ne devrait pas renoncer à l'engagement politique par crainte de l'humiliation, du harcèlement, de l'exclusion interne, des attaques sexistes ou du manque de moyens financiers. La démocratie ne peut appeler les femmes à participer tout en laissant subsister des pratiques qui les découragent ou les affaiblissent. Pour la République démocratique du Congo, notre Constitution consacre le principe de représentation équitable de la femme dans les institutions nationales, provinciales et locales. La loi sur les droits de la femme et la parité a posé un cadre important. Il y a certes des avancées notables. Sous la pulsion du président Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, la notion de masculinité positive a été portée comme un engagement politique en faveur de la promotion des femmes. Ainsi, il y a eu la nomination de Madame Judith Suminwa Tuluka, première femme Premier ministre de l'histoire de notre pays. Le gouvernement compte 17 femmes sur 53 membres, soit environ 32% de l'équipe gouvernementale. À l'Assemblée nationale, le bureau compte 3 femmes sur 7 membres, soit environ 43%. Chers collègues, c'est ici que les caucus de femmes parlementaires prennent toute leur importance. Ils ne doivent pas être considérés comme des espaces symboliques ou secondaires. Ils doivent devenir des véritables plateformes de plaidoyer collectif. Un caucus transpartisan peut porter des textes de loi, contrôler les budgets sensibles au genre, interpeller les gouvernements et défendre les femmes engagées en politique au-delà des appartenances partisanes. À cet égard, je voudrais formuler 4 recommandations. Premièrement, chaque parlement de la région devrait renforcer ou institutionnaliser son caucus national de femmes parlementaires avec un mandat clair, un règlement interne et une capacité réelle de suivi. Deuxièmement, ces caucus devraient travailler avec les WIPS, les bureaux des assemblées, les directions des partis pour promouvoir l'alternance hommes-femmes, les quotas applicables, la transparence des investitures et le financement des femmes candidates. Troisièmement, la lutte contre la violence politique faite aux femmes doit devenir une priorité parlementaire régionale. Cette violence peut être physique, verbale, numérique, médiatique, psychologique ou institutionnelle. Notre réponse doit être ferme. L'espace politique appartient autant aux femmes qu'aux hommes. Quatrièmement, le Forum parlementaire de la SADC pourrait encourager la mise en place d'un mécanisme permanent d'échange entre caucus de femmes parlementaires afin de capitaliser les bonnes pratiques nationales et régionales. Faisons de cette session un point de départ pour des caucus plus forts, des partis plus équitables, des lois plus inclusives, des budgets sensibles au genre et une SADC où les femmes exercent pleinement leur droit de décider. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, DRC. DRC has also stuck to time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Women are doing well. We appreciate. Malawi, you have the floor. Thank you.
Women power. Women power. Thank you so much, Chair. The Malawi Parliamentary Women Caucus is a cross-party grouping of all female members of parliament. Membership includes all women MPs, including any female cabinet minister, deputy minister, speaker, or deputy speaker. The caucus exists to ensure women's voices are strengthened within parliament, and that gender perspective are mainstreamed across all legislative oversight.
Women power.
Oversight representative functions. The Women's Caucus complements the work of the Assembly and its committees by advocating and promoting gender ideals in an effort to inform legislative business in line with gender equality, women empowerment, and good governance. Bipartisan and collective collaboration. In order, women power. In order to enhance issues of bipartisan and collective collaboration, the Parliamentary Women Caucus in Malawi functions are as follows. Members participate as women MPs and not as party representatives. It promotes consensus building on gender issues. It strengthens collective influence in parliament. It encourages collaboration across political parties. It promotes women's political participation and representation in parliament and decision-making structures. It advances gender equality and women's empowerment in accordance with Constitution, regional and international gender instruments. It champions policy and legislative reforms that support gender equity and protect women's rights. It serves as a platform for collective action by women MPs across party politics. The caucus advocates for and lobbies policies and laws that promote gender mainstreaming, equality, and equity. This includes initiating or supporting bills and policies, proposals, and that addresses gender-based violence, health, education, social protection, and political electoral reforms that supports women. There are also barriers to women participation in politics. Women in Malawi face systematic obstacles to political participation, including the following: limited resources. Most women aspiring to participate in politics often have a smaller financial muscle as compared to their male counterparts, because in our society, most women are not as financially endowed compared to men. In many communities in Malawi, politics is still widely viewed as a male domain, and women who seek to participate are often seen as defying cultural norms and face significant social stigma. There is also a party gatekeeping and internal party structures. Political parties in Malawi act as gatekeepers for who gets selected as a candidate. Party leadership and secretary generals largely control access to party positions and elected slots, and they tend to favor women than men. In conclusion, the proposed model law in elections in Malawi should be regarded as a tool for justice, equality, and inclusive democracy by creating a political environment that favors and empowers women to participate fully in leadership. I submit. Women power!
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson from Malawi. What I'm liking about these presenters is that they're presenting within the stipulated 7 minutes. So they're really doing well. At this juncture, I would like to invite Madagascar to make the presentation. Thank you.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Honorables mesdames et messieurs, en vos rangs et grades respectifs, tout protocole observé, au nom de la délégation malgache, je vous dis bonjour. La question que je vais essayer de développer ici et au risque de parler de la même chose que les autres intervenantes ont déjà parlé tout à l'heure, je tiens à dire que je m'associe déjà aux défis que les femmes traversent actuellement et à toutes les recommandations qu'elles ont dites pour une solidarité parlementaire transpartisane. Donc, pour établir cette solidarité transpartisane efficace dédiée à l'autonomisation des femmes dans notre région SADC, il est vraiment nécessaire de structurer des alliances politiques stratégiques et également d'institutionnaliser le caucus des femmes et d'harmoniser les cadres législatifs régionaux. Cette démarche s'appuie donc sur 4 piliers fondamentaux. Premièrement, l'institutionnalisation de la collaboration partisane, le dépassement des clivages politiques est la condition essentielle pour faire progresser les droits des femmes d'une manière durable. Donc, à cet effet, il nous faut mettre en place des pactes de législature, c'est-à-dire signer des accords transpartisans dès le début de chaque mandat afin de garantir et de sécuriser les projets de loi liés au genre face au blocage partisan. Il est nécessaire également de créer des groupes de travail mixtes, la création des commissions thématiques temporaires qui va associer la majorité et l'opposition. Et il est important également d'impliquer activement les parlementaires hommes pour transformer la cause des femmes en un enjeu de développement national, global et non simplement sectoriel. Ensuite, il faut ériger le caucus de femmes en plateforme de plaidoyer politique. Les femmes présidentes qui ont déjà parlé avant moi ont bien souligné ça. Donc, les caucus transpartisans nationaux transforment la présence qui est numérique de femmes en un pouvoir d'influence concertée. À cet effet, il faut un alignement budgétaire, c'est-à-dire utiliser le caucus pour exiger collectivement des budgets sensibles au genre. Il faut aussi que le caucus soit un passerelle vers la SADC, c'est-à-dire connecter structurellement chaque caucus national au caucus parlementaire régional des femmes du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, c'est-à-dire les RWPC. Il faut également créer de partenariats avec la société civile, utiliser le caucus comme une plateforme de dialogue continu avec les ONG féministes ou autres ONG, les associations de commerçants transfrontalières ou les agences du système des Nations Unies est également très important. Et un troisième point, je pense qu'il ne faut pas négliger, c'est surtout le fait de pouvoir s'inspirer des enseignements nationaux et régionaux. Dans la communauté de la SADC, il y a des bonnes pratiques qu'il faut vraiment souligner et mettre en œuvre parce que c'est des pratiques qui pourraient être transférées dans d'autres pays. Je vais citer quelques-unes, notamment pour l'Afrique du Sud. Nous savons qu'il y a le Multi-Party Women Caucus en Afrique du Sud et qui démontre vraiment de son efficacité en tant que modèle orienté vers l'activisme social et les consultations citoyennes. En Tanzanie et en République démocratique de Congo aussi, nous avons des expériences, les retours d'expérience au sein du forum parlementaire qui prouvent que l'autonomisation économique des femmes est un levier le plus puissant pour enrayer structurellement les violences basées sur les genres. Et c'est important pour la pérennisation juridique et pas plus loin qu'à côté de chez nous, aux îles Seychelles, il y a également des pratiques qui sont vraiment très importantes et à l'île Maurice, qui sont des modèles d'intégration réussie des femmes dans l'économie bleue et l'entrepreneuriat grâce au plaidoyer parlementaire. Ainsi, j'appelle alors nous tous, membres du caucus régional de femmes ici, ainsi que les femmes parlementaires, à vraiment s'inspirer de ces expériences internationales et régionales qui ont réussi dans la région SADC. Et pour terminer, j'ai des recommandations prioritaires pour nous, parlementaires de la SADC. Pour vraiment concrétiser cette solidarité que nous parlons, les parlements doivent adopter des réformes structurelles et ce, immédiates. Comme ça a été déjà dit, consacrer le statut du caucus, c'est-à-dire modifier les règlements intérieurs de parlements nationaux pour conférer au caucus des femmes un statut officiel qui sera aussi doté d'un budget de fonctionnement propre. Il faut également former au leadership et j'appelle le secrétariat du Forum parlementaire de la SADC à organiser des sessions de mentorat de la SADC pour renforcer les compétences des députés ou des sénatrices en négociation législative. Il faut également mettre en œuvre les outils de la SADC, c'est-à-dire traduire en loi nationale tous les protocoles de la SADC sur le genre et autres protocoles. Et enfin, créer des programmes de mentorat, c'est-à-dire faire de la région vraiment une passerelle pour que chaque député, chaque sénatrice, chaque parlementaire au sein du caucus soit vraiment des parrains politiques entre députés de la région. Et pour terminer, au-delà des chiffres dans chaque parlement national, notre ambition en tant que femmes parlementaires doit être de garantir une participation effective et une influence réelle des femmes dans le processus décisionnel. La démocratie libérale repose sur le pluralisme politique, mais si les partis politiques eux-mêmes ne créent pas suffisamment d'espace pour le leadership féminin, alors le principe d'égalité et même la démocratie lui-même reste une théorie. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the wonderful presentation from Madagascar. Let me now invite Mozambique to make the presentation. Thank you.
Também quero agradecer a oportunidade que dão a Moçambique para falar das experiências neste tema bastante importante para a nossa região. Esse tema que tem a ver com construindo solidariedade parlamentar interpartidário para o empoderamento político das mulheres na região SADC. A colaboração e o diálogo político entre os principais partidos tem sido um mecanismo fundamental para a pacificação e reformas estruturais. Devido a conflitos eleitorais, pós-eleitorais de 2024, o nosso presidente Daniel Chapo lançou um compromisso para o diálogo nacional inclusivo envolvendo todos os partidos políticos e a sociedade civil. Sobre reformas do sistema eleitoral. Face ao histórico da tensão pós-eleitoral, registramos no país o partido no poder e as forças da oposição têm vindo a debater consensos para maior transparência, como a fixação de prazos rigorosos para o anúncio dos resultados. Grupos de mulheres como plataforma para a defesa coletiva. Em Moçambique, os grupos de mulheres operam como pilares essenciais da sociedade civil para a defesa coletiva. Elas atuam em redes contra a violência baseada no gênero, promovem a autonomia econômica e garantem a representação feminina em processos de consolidação de direitos. O Fórum Mulher é a principal rede feminina do país, que congrega mais de 100 organizações. Atua fortemente na advocacia política, garantindo direitos na legislação e lutando pela igualdade e equidade do gênero. Sobre combate à violência baseada no gênero. Grupo de autoajuda e espaços seguros proporcionam apoio psicológico, jurídico a sobreviventes de violência, além de disseminar a informação em áreas vulneráveis e afetadas por conflitos, como em Cabo Delgado. Construção da paz e segurança. Iniciativas como o projeto Elas por Elas treinam sentinelas da paz para capacitar mulheres a participarem ativamente do processo de decisão e recuperação comunitária. Presença e representatividade. Com uma das maiores taxas de representação feminina na política a nível regional e global, cerca de 40% as mulheres ocupam posições de topo na hierarquia do Estado e do Parlamento, incluindo a liderança de comissões de trabalho e da própria Assembleia da República. Temos também desafios atuais que, apesar de avanços quantitativos notáveis, as mulheres políticas enfrentam desafios socioculturais persistentes, como o peso de responsabilidades familiares tradicionais, baixa taxa de escolaridade nas comunidades rurais e a necessidade de maior independência financeira. Trazemos também iniciativas e perspectivas. Para ultrapassar as barreiras estruturais, o Parlamento e a sociedade civil têm promovido ações formativas, iniciativas de capacitação para as deputadas. O trabalho destas continua focado em traduzir os ganhos de representação política em impactos práticos, reduzindo a pobreza e promovendo a igualdade de gênero efetiva. O progresso das mulheres é uma causa coletiva e uma condição essencial para o desenvolvimento sustentável de Moçambique. O Parlamento é e deve continuar a ser um ator central na promoção dos direitos da mulher e da plena participação na vida política, econômica e social. Sobre a orçamentação sensível ao gênero. A promoção do orçamento que direcione recursos adequados para programas de empoderamento econômico e social das mulheres da SADC responsáveis pelos assuntos de gênero. Sobre combate à violência política. Deve-se criar quadros legais de mecanismo de denúncia para proteger as mulheres candidatas e líderes contra o assédio à violência baseada no gênero. Através dessas iniciativas, os legisladores ajudam a transformar o empoderamento feminino de uma meta de igualdade para uma realidade democrática e de desenvolvimento sustentável em toda a África Austral. Tendo dito, muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Mozambique. Finally, on presentations, let me invite Tanzania to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, I'm honored to address SADC PF on the timely theme of building cross-party parliamentary solidarity for women's political empowerment in the SADC region. Building cross-party parliamentary solidarity is a key strategy for women's empowerment in Tanzania and is well taken care from the grassroots level to the national level. Cross-party collaboration provides a strong base to tackle structural barriers, outdated cultural and traditional norms, and to advocate for strong legal reforms to increase female representation in a male-dominated political system. Honorable Chair, in Tanzania, we have Women Parliamentarian Group, which serves as Women Parliamentary Caucus. TWPG was established in 1993 to provide a forum for women parliamentarians to actively engage and influence political decisions that impact on women and other marginalized groups. TWPG is a cross-party forum which brings together women MPs from the ruling party and opposition parties. It is working in partnership with institutions within and outside Tanzania, including the parliament, political parties, government institutions, development partners, including UN Women. And also we are collaborating with civil society organizations. TWPG aims at promoting women contesting constituency seats to increase the number of women parliamentarians and enhance their contribution in advancing women-focused policies and addressing gender equality and women empowerment. In Zanzibar, we have Wanawake Wawakilishi Zanzibar, WAWAZA, which also plays a similar role like TWPG. Honorable Chair, our Development Vision 2050 places a strong emphasis on inclusion. Currently, in our National Assembly, women representation is 40%, as 36 women won directly constituency seats and 115 as special seats. This is a great achievement made by Your Excellency Honorable Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on promoting women on political career. The President is committed to promoting gender equality through appointment of women in leadership and decision-making organs from lower levels to upper levels. Tanzania has made notable progress in women empowerment in the political arena through legal frameworks. For example, in 1924, Tanzania amended 3 electoral laws: the Presidential, Parliamentary, and Councillors Election Act, the Independent National Electoral Commission Act, and Election Expenses Act. The Election Act 2024 has direct provisions that penalize violence against women in elections. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, building cross-party solidarity for women's political empowerment in the SADC region requires surpassing partisan differences to address shared systematic barriers. Both regional and national frameworks, as well as women caucuses, serve as critical vehicles for addressing gender inequalities. So we need to enhance cross-party parliamentary solidarity to strengthen women's empowerment in the SADC region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tanzania. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, these presenters have made my moderation this afternoon easier by sticking to time. All of them have stuck to time. Let's give them all another loud round of applause. Thank you so much. I now open the floor for plenary by show of the tags. Let me start from this side. That's Angola, Botswana, and what? Lesotho, Eswatini. Yeah, that's right. Oh, two Eswatins, okay. Yeah, that's what, Namibia. Seychelles. Okay. Tanzania. Zimbabwe. Two Zimbs, okay. Thank you so much. Let's start with Angola.
Obrigada pela cedência da palavra. Eu pedi a palavra, de facto, para, primeiro, parabenizar todas as preleitoras, dizer que nós, antes deste painel, tivemos o painel anterior, onde ouvimos alguns comentários da capacidade das mulheres poderem liderar, e aqui ficou muito claro que nem precisamos até levar mais de 24 horas, mostrar o poder das mulheres, como elas podem dirigir com capacidade sem atropelar metas. Esse era o meu comentário, e dizer mais uma vez que as mulheres podem liderar quando nós temos oportunidade de o fazer. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Alô, muito obrigado. Primeiro, para felicitar as deputadas que fizeram uma incursão sobre os desafios do dia a dia que as mulheres enfrentam para a sua afirmação. Eu vou dirigir a minha questão à deputada do Malawi, que durante a sua explanação falou das dificuldades que as mulheres têm enfrentado, os bloqueios, quer políticos, quer financeiros, e até foi mais além. Disse que há quem diga que toda mulher que concorre para um determinado cargo está a desafiar a tradição. Queria saber se o parlamento do Malawi é bicameral, porque normalmente a Câmara Baixa reserva-se a questões que têm a ver com direitos costumeiro ou consuetudinário, assuntos tradicionais, para que de facto não se constituam em força de bloqueio para o desenvolvimento da mulher. Para terminar, queria refletir e deixar aqui uma afirmação de um político africano renomado para a reflexão de todas as senhoras aqui presentes. Ele dizia, e eu cito: mulheres da minha geração, a vossa emancipação não deve ser uma dádiva dos homens, deve ser a vossa própria conquista. Acabei de citar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Of course, the Malawi Parliament is unicameral. They don't have the Senate. They only have the lower chamber. But I think an appropriate time I'll give the floor to the Honorable Chairperson to respond on the stumbling blocks that you mentioned about on political and financial for women to participate in politics. Let me invite Botswana to the floor.
Thank you, and let me also congratulate the presenters for the submissions they made. Can women lead? The answer is yes. They are leading at SADC PF with timekeeping. We have started commenting as men, trouble is starting, Chair. You know, we need to, the first point I wanted to make is that clearly my observation is that bipartisan collaboration works within parliaments. And my proposal would be that we need to take this bipartisan gender collaboration outside parliament to political parties, to try and influence political parties to adopt systems that promote balanced gender representation. I think that is the step we need to take, or that I recommend. When it comes to, and the second point, which will be the last one, but maybe slightly long, is that coming up with interventions that promote women participation is not to say that women are weak and their children, they need to be assisted. It's because the present system is not delivering the desirable results. Take the issue of the burden on women. And in the case of Botswana, there are many more female-headed households than there are male-headed households. So they're already carrying a big burden, and I suspect it's the same in other countries. Take the issue of culture. I have 2 sons. When they get married, they will have the liberty to contest, if they so choose, for parliament in my home village. If my daughter gets married, she's barred from contesting in our village if she's married from outside. The simple response is going to be, we married you out to another family. You are no longer part of us. She wants to contest where she's married, they'll tell her that you are not one of us. You were not born here. So you see, there's this space that we have between countries, this no man's land. Women generally fall into no constituency land, which us men will always have. First past the post system is not working. UK currently is boasting the highest percentage of women representation, and they're only at 41%. The average in SADC is 30%. Countries that are doing well are not using first past the post. They're using some other system. So we really, really need to address the issue of the electoral system if we want to be a balanced leadership politically. And the final one is access to resources. Again, I'm going back to it because it's all about patriarchy. Patriarchy tells you that power belongs to the men. That's the general understanding. Leaders are men. Women must come after men. We can't continue with that narrative. Thank you.
Powerful reflections, contributions from Botswana, the systemic barriers that women face when participating in politics. Very, very powerful. Let's have Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and our presenters. I just want to indicate that I feel so honored to be in this meeting for the first time and be able to hear these presentations that are really challenging, alarming, and make a woman to stand on her feet and fight for the people that made us to be in these positions. And again, it's an honor that I'm now living in this era where now things are changing and taking another direction, that women are now being recognized, that we are not as weak as the community think we are, but we have that potential. What is needed is just that we are empowered and be recognized, and the way should be, the surface should be paved so that we can be able to function and show our power. In Lesotho, I am a member of Women's Caucus, and I've heard from our presenters that we are doing the same job. What we can just do is to put power a little bit, to put fuel in what we are doing, a little bit so that women out there may be challenged and feel that it is possible. It is possible. In Lesotho, when the government, this government of this time, when it begins, we had only 3 women ministers among men. And it was not good on our side, but few weeks later, the number was doubled. We are now having 6, but it's not enough. We still need more women to be part of the executive so that we can be there in the decision-making of our country, that women outside there that are facing many difficulties like GBV may have the voice. So really, let me make an announcement. At 12 o'clock, I went out of this meeting. I was attending the online meeting. Back at home, we are having a meeting where we were electing the new chairperson of Women's Caucus. Ms. Mamamelo Holomo, honorable member speaking here, has been elected as the new chairperson of Women's Caucus. So, meaning women power. I mentioned earlier that I am here as a proxy for Nemo Zwasili, and now no more proxy, but a substantive member, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes that women are empowered, and not only by these conferences, but practically down there on the ground. Women power.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and congratulations once again for being elected as chairperson of the Women Caucus in Lesotho. You are no longer a proxy now. You are here in your own right. Thank you so much. We now go to Eswatini. Eswatini had 2 that raised the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also do want to congratulate the honorable members of Parliament, the Women Caucus chairpersons, my colleagues, for the wonderful presentations that they made. As they were presenting, Chair, I realized that most of the issues that they are talking about are quite pertinent and relevant to the respective states within which we come from. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, what we battled with when we started our caucus, when I started as the chairperson of the caucus, was the issue of capacity building. You find that women have struggled to be part of Parliament, and that is quite expensive for them. But when they enter Parliament, now the issue of capacity building becomes a reality. First of all, they need to understand the whole issue of legislative drafting and negotiation and diplomacy, media engagement, public speaking, digital political communication, and budget oversight. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, what we did was that the first session that we had with the ladies was to take them through self-awareness and personal branding. I think that is also very important, so that as they engage also on the social media platforms, they are quite clear in terms of how they have to speak and how they should position themselves. And then the second issue that we found that is quite important, and I think it was quite relevant to my colleagues' presentation, was the issue of gender-based violence. In Eswatini, it is also an issue. We've had some women being killed by their partners and their spouses. And the Parliament of Eswatini actually made an undertaking that all the members of Parliament, they signed a declaration that they do not support gender-based violence, and there's active engagement with the public in terms of just the issue of gender-based violence. And then I'll just talk about 3. The last one for me, of course, there's quite a number of issues, but the issue of economic empowerment, and I think it has been quite relevant in all the presentations that were made. If there's no money or budget allocated to even just the women caucuses, you find that their work becomes futile. And the priorities that are being addressed within the women caucuses are not really, organized if there's no budget that's allocated, and an activity-based budgeting method that says, okay, we've budgeted for this and that has to happen. So I don't know how other countries are handling it, and I will not maybe ask one specific presenter, but I do want to find out from my colleagues, how are they handling the issue of budget in the context of the Women Caucus budgeting process? Because within the context of SADC, we talk about gender responsive budgeting, but the caucuses themselves, do they have a budget? I just want to find that out. And if they do have it, and I think we need to really emulate that and make sure that there's uniformity in terms of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We are remaining 5 minutes because by 4 we need to wind up this session. We still have about 4, 5 who are, about to speak. I would like to, yes. I would like to ask you, honorable members, please, let's stick to 1 minute so that all of these can speak before 4 o'clock. Is what in 2 and honorable?
Merci beaucoup. Je tiens à remercier toutes les femmes députées, membres du caucus, les Women Power. Je voudrais réfléchir avec vous concernant mes voisins de gauche, le Botswana. À moins que je me trompe, le Parlement botswanais n'a que 6 femmes, si je ne me trompe pas. Voilà l'occasion de Women Power pour se plaider, faire un plaidoyer pour avoir plus de femmes au Botswana députés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to Madagascar.
Merci. Moi, je voudrais juste faire un constat et peut-être une suggestion. En tout cas, je remercie toutes les femmes fortes qui ont fait des présentations fabuleuses. Les femmes continuent d'affirmer de plus en plus leur place dans la société et en politique. Souvenez-vous de l'époque où nous n'avions même pas le droit de vote dans nos pays respectifs. Donc, on a fait du chemin. Aujourd'hui, pour propulser les femmes, mis à part tout ce qui a déjà été dit, à savoir l'insuffisance des financements qui sont à combler, etc., je veux insister sur la solidarité entre femmes, puis augmenter la communication autour des success stories féminins pour inspirer toutes ces femmes encore hésitantes, car le fait de mettre des quotas n'est pas suffisant. Il faut que la femme ait envie, et le fait de lui montrer un modèle pourrait aider à aller dans ce sens. En dernier, si elles n'ont pas de rôle politique, il faudrait qu'elles aient au moins un rôle dans une structure qui puisse donner une réelle visibilité. Et c'est pourquoi, à toutes mes sœurs et à toutes les femmes, je dis, transformons nos faiblesses en force. Merci.
Thank you so much. Let's have Namibia, Seychelles, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe in that order, 1 minute each, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think most of the issues were tackled by my neighbor from Botswana. However, I was following the presentation from Malawi on cross-party activities. I'm just a bit worried that we have an issue of traditional structures, given the background where I come from, that women are still much segregated by our cultures and our cultural norm. I don't know how they are doing up right there, but as we speak, we find that we've managed to have traditional leaders who are now women in most of cases in Namibia. And we're also promoting the junior chambers of both houses to ensure that young women are integrated into the system. Unless otherwise, all as mentioned, only to say that the challenge that we face nationally, there is very much infights among women at the crossroad, which means women depend on the support of a man than their support. I so submit.
Thank you so much. Let's have Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to congratulate all the ladies for the presentation. My experience as a member of parliament, I have a strong sentiment that often members of women caucuses, they experience a tension between their caucuses, that is the aim of the Women's Caucus goals, and the mandate of their respective political parties. Often the differences in political ideologies make it a challenge to establish a unified front for women caucuses to deal with critical issues. So often we find the women caucuses dealing with issues to do with social affairs, family, children's affairs, but they don't really tackle hardcore political issues like human rights, like electoral reform, key economic reform. So my question to the panel is how, because this is as equally important, so how does the Women Caucuses confront such issue to ensure that they speak also on very pertinent political matters? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Finally, let's have Tanzania and Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I congratulate all the presenters. Women, we have seen the power of women. And actually, Honorable Chair, I just want to contribute what Honorable Joyce has said about Tanzania. Actually, we in Tanzania have made a great historical milestone on empowering women. And actually, we congratulate our Honorable Excellence Samia Suluhu Hassan for his actually courage and full engagement on promoting women, especially through our ruling part, Chama cha Mapinduzi, for creating these opportunities for the special seats for women. Actually has promoted the percentage of the women in legislature. We know that actually the aim and the objective of this special city was just to boost the representation of women, advocating women's interests on politics, and actually building political experiences and helping women to experience and build political capital necessary to compete in future constituents. As we see, the one vivid example is our Honorable Madam Joyce Ndalichako. Actually was a member of parliament from the special seat. Now his constituent have a seat from constituent elected this year, actually 2 terms. So we can see here just building the mass, and now is enabled to compete with the men. You know, and actually we know that competing with the men in a constituency is not that much easy, especially in Africa, especially in Tanzania, especially in the region where he's coming from, Kigoma. And we know that what I can say, the power of women is indisputable, Mr. Chair, from the family level to national level. And actually, as women, we are not fighting with men's position. We are struggling with equal participation in economic growth and community stability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to congratulate the presenters with their presentations. Definitely, I think they all concurred that the Women Parliamentary Caucus helps to amplify female voices irregardless of party affiliations, and also it bridges partisan divides to champion gender equality. But now, maybe I've got a contribution to all Women Parliamentary Caucus that we need to be united. We need to remove the barrier of criticizing on party lines. We need to be really united as the Women's Caucus. That's only when we can move forward. We can talk about changes, talk about anything, it will remain in talking, but without results. So the first thing is we should really stick to what you have said, that we should be united irregardless of party affiliations. In Zimbabwe, I want to say we have changed a lot of things. When you are united, you can change a lot of things. Sing one chorus without discords, then you achieve. Like in Zimbabwe, we have the women's quota. It was moved by the Women's Caucus. We have the Codification Act on cyberbullying, which was said by Honorable Karini. It was moved by the Women's Caucus. We have the child marriage bill, so many bills which was moved by the caucus. And we even lobbied that we want our caucus to be put on budget. And right now we are in the budget of the Parliament of Zimbabwe because we talk in unison without division. As long as we point each other and accuse each other, we'll get nowhere as women. So that is my contribution.
Thank you so much, Zimbabwe. Very important point on unity among its ladies. Zimbabwe, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank the presenters. My contribution is, as women, I think they have a population of 60% of the total population. They are supposed to have to have confidence among other women, but they are saying we need resources. Even if you get resources without confidence among other women, I think it will be impossible for you to have 50-50. I think you must sit down and have a way forward. How can you get confidence among among women? Because you know, women have confidence among men. Because I think they must have confidence among themselves than to have confidence among men. So if you lob among yourself, you get what you want, to have 50-50 with men. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I won't call that controversial. It's a friendly advice. Honorable members and distinguished delegates, thank you so much for your wonderful, powerful presentations, contributions to the discourse that we have had this afternoon. I would have really wished the presenters to respond to some of the contributions, but time is over. And this, unfortunately, marks the end of our session this afternoon. Once again, let's give our wonderful presenters another round of applause for the wonderful presentations. And I think you can also give another round of applause to the chair, the moderator. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Indeed, another round of applause to the chair and the powerful delegation of women caucus chairs. We are moving to the next session. Chair of the session, please approach the bench. Honorable members, the sessions are interrelated. We need to deliver the women into power first, what we call a descriptive representation. So before we talk about everything else, let's have the numbers. When we have the numbers, we now talk of from the numbers to the influence, and that's the next session we are going to be focusing on. And we have colleagues, honorable members. But the chair will introduce a session, but save for me to indicate that some of our presenters are online and would like to thank them for their patience. We overran the program a bit, but it was, I think, necessary. And we now move to the next session. And Chair, you may invite your panelists to join you. We have UN Women Online and Gender Links, which is represented in the room. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. A very good afternoon to all of you, honorable delegates. This afternoon, we will be tackling the topic that says from representation to influence, strengthening women's substantive participation in political decision-making in the SADC region. And we will be looking at items that talk to beyond numbers and quotas, influence on policy governance outcomes, institutional transformation, and inclusive democratic leadership. Honorable delegates, allow me to invite to the front the representative from Gender Links, who is apparently amongst us. Please give him a round of applause as he comes through. As she comes through, I saw the gentleman, sorry. Please give her a round of applause until she gets here. You don't stop clapping. And then we also have thank you. And then we also have UN women who are with us online. We will start with UN women who are going to give us a presentation of the above topic as I've outlined. And I would like at this point to hand over to UN women. Thank you. And let us give them a round of applause as well.
Hello, Fadzai. Are you able to hear the chair?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Kugasha, for allowing us to join this session. And we've been listening in to the rich conversations throughout the day. Let me just allow my colleague Mildred to start as often I can make the concluding remarks. Mildred, if you can hear me, maybe Pauline, please share the presentation from your laptop so that it's easier for her. Please proceed, Mildred, over to you. Okay, if Pauline is not able to share, I think I do have sharing rights. I can do that now.
Please proceed, Fadzai, share from your end.
Yeah, over to you, Mildred. Not sure if they can hear you in the room.
We can't hear Mildred yet. Mildred, are you able to hear me? It does not seem to be logged in to be able to speak through the platform. I don't see a mic. I don't see a camera. If she's able
Don't
to,
see it. Okay.
maybe she can rejoin, exit and rejoin. and our ICT will try and assist her. Yeah, she has
Okay,
access
let me do that.
to hearing us. Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. The downside of technology, but I'm sure she should be able to.
Okay, maybe while she's doing.
Ronald, Mildred is rejoined, but still with no audio or video.
Okay. Let me just call her. Just give me a minute, Zoe. I apologize for that.
Fadzi, the chair wanted to find out, can we have Gender Links present first while we are trying to resolve the connection issue?
Yes, yes, I think you can proceed with Gender Links.
Thank you very much for your
Let
help.
me stop sharing so that Gender Links can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and apologies, honorable colleagues, for that technical glitch. At this point, allow me to introduce our speaker from Gender Links. Yes, Gender Links. She will introduce herself. I do not have her profile. Over to you. Thank you. You can stand. You can stand.
Can you hear me now? Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished guests, members of parliament. If I can rest on the protocol, the existing protocol from this morning. I just quickly, hopefully I won't have a problem sharing my screen. There we go. Oh, yes. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Susan Tolmay. I am the Gender and Governance Associate at Gender Links, which is a regional organization that works to promote equality for women in all spaces, in all spheres of life. We are a regional NGO based in South Africa, And we have been tracking women's political representation and participation since the SADC protocol was adopted in 2008. Every year, or every second year, we produce a SADC protocol barometer, which looks at all of the targets that were covered in the protocol. And then we've also produced, with International IDEA, we produced the first two editions of Women's Political Participation Barometer in Africa. So to start off with, and I think, at the risk of repeating what's been said, this gender inclusion is about democracy. You can't have an inclusive democracy without including half the population. Women's political participation in public life and decision-making, it really symbolizes a country's commitment to democracy and inclusion. And their presence in leadership can transform citizens' attitudes about traditional roles and encourage more women and girls to participate in politics and public life. When they bring different experiences and perspectives to government processes and policies, these are likely to reflect the different preferences of women and marginalized groups with potentially positive effects on legitimacy within the political systems. We work within a framework. We call it Mtinso's framework. Ambassador Thenjiwe Mtinso from South Africa conducted research, and her theory is that in order for women need to gain access to political spaces, they've got to be represented. Once they are represented, they need to be able to participate effectively. And then the theory is that once they are able to participate equally and effectively, we see transformation within society, within systems, within structures, at the personal, internal, and services level. There are equity and efficacy arguments. Equity arguments are grounded in principles of equality and justice, which recognize that women should participate merely because they have the right to do so. In all of our countries, I think has been said as well, women are actually constitute more than 50% of the population, often 51% or more. So these rights are often enshrined in constitutions and are based on equality and democracy and legitimacy. Efficacy arguments, on the other hand, look at the more qualitative components, and they take into account that women and men are different, and as a result, they bring different views, priorities, needs, and expectations. And a system of governance that doesn't capitalize on half of the population cannot be said to be democratic. Democratic institutions are representative, open, transparent, accessible, accountable, effective. They are both socially and politically inclusive, with free and fair elections, the presence of women and men, open and democratic systems, within political parties, which I've heard quite a lot about, and I think more work needs to be done to understand the roles of political parties. Open institutions conduct their business transparently. Accessible institutions involve public in their work. Accountable institutions have members who are answerable to the electorate for their performance in office and for the integrity of their conduct. And effective institutions have mechanisms and resources that ensure their own independence, such as control of their own budgets. So in our research on women's political participation in Africa, you'll see that, across the globe, that Southern Africa, SADC, is slightly above the global average, but it's below the Americas and Europe, which have actually seen quite a drastic increase in women's representation over the last years. But you can see the purple is 2009, the green is 2026. So you can see that there has been marginal increases. Globally, we've seen a big increase. As you can see, the Americas have taken increased quite drastically, as has Europe. SADC does better than Sub-Saharan Africa. And then you see that women's representation then starts to taper off in the other regions. This shows you the research that we did. In our research, we look at 10 areas for women's representation and participation. Because as we've been saying, representation just means access. There are different indicators for how women are able to, or how women are enabled to participate within these structures. And you'll see there where the red arrow is that out of all of the regions in Africa, Southern Africa is the only region that has seen increases in all of the indicators. But you'll see that there's still very, very low participation of women in political party leadership. So while we are making progress in lower and upper houses and parliament overall, we are seeing political party leadership still lacking in terms of the election and support for women in parliament and in decision making. We also see that there has been an increase in women speakers, women mayors of capital cities, but we also have low proportion of women in top executive positions, which I'll speak to in a bit. And then we also have seen we have reached the 30% mark on women in cabinet. This graph shows you that the progress has been really slow. So over the last 5 years, and there have been elections in all SADC countries, either local or national, in the last 5 years, we have only seen a 2% increase. And there are more SADC states have actually decreased in terms of representation of women than have increased. On average, the region has increased 2%. And at this rate, we will attain gender parity by the year 2100. The good performers here, which I think we've heard from this morning, South Africa, although we know that South Africa has had saw a decrease. And we saw a decrease particularly because of the quota that the ruling party has, but that the other political parties don't have. So when you do have a ruling party who is committed, or a party that is committed to women's representation in a government where other parties aren't and they lose support, then there is a chance that women's representation decreases, which is what happens, which is making the case for why legislative or constitutional quotas are far more effective than voluntary party quotas. This is very busy, but and I'm sure that the presentation might be available. But what this shows you is you'll see at the top ranking countries are South Africa, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, who have PR systems. So we've heard very much this morning around the importance of electoral systems. The mixed systems perform mixed, you get mixed results, and then you'll see that the first past the post, most of the countries with the lowest levels of representation are use the first past the post electoral system, and they either only have voluntary party quotas or they have no quotas at all. So why is it important for us to move beyond the numbers and quotas? Representation is important, but substantive participation matters more. So we have been counting the numbers for many, many years now, since 2009, and now we need to start looking more at what difference it makes in the lives of women when we have more women in leadership positions. Women need to not only be present, but they also need to be in influential positions. And in the SADC region, women only hold 21% of top executive positions, 30% of cabinet, and 44% of parliamentary speakers are women. So while progress is clearly visible, this leadership remains uneven across countries and regions. And quotas can open the doors. So in countries that have implemented quotas, they have implemented them to level the playing field, overcoming, giving women an advantage to get into a system that has traditionally been completely closed to them. But quotas do not automatically guarantee power, influence, or policy impact. So substantive participation means women can shape policies, legislation, and priorities. Women often bring different leadership styles, not always, and these are, I don't want to make generalizations, but we do know that women and men can lead differently. Women can be more cooperative, more inclusive, more community focused. As I said earlier, greater women's participation improves the quality of governance, and women leaders often engage more in constituency work. And the challenge now, however, is moving from that symbolic representation to meaningful influence. So research shows that women in politics often prioritize healthcare, education, welfare, and poverty alleviation, which I think we've heard earlier. I think one of the comments was that women seem to go into these spaces and then not into the more influential spaces. But that is also shifting in terms of cabinet ministers, which is at the discretion of your president. So that often influences the number of women who are in cabinet. Women generally want to advance women's rights and gender equality and want to focus on service delivery and accountability. They also bring issues that are often seen as private into the public space: maternity leave, childcare, land and inheritance rights, sexual and reproductive health, gender-based violence, which I've heard a lot about this morning as well. And women policymakers emphasize the needs of the most vulnerable groups. Higher levels of representation are associated with lower levels of corruption. Women often work outside the traditional patronage networks, which they are often excluded from. So they really need to engage more with civil society and community groups, pushing for transparency and accountability. And their leadership can improve public trust, service delivery, and resource allocation. But as we've heard this morning as well, there are serious challenges and backlash against women, and this comes at often a high personal risk. Institutional transformation requires women in those non-traditional powerful portfolios, not just the social ministries. Women are often concentrated in the ministries of women and children, social development, family affairs, and remain underrepresented in defense, finance, justice, and foreign affairs, though this is changing slowly. True transformation means changing with who holds the office and what kind of power they hold. So this graph shows you the women in top executive positions in Africa. So you'll see it's very low. We have two, can you hear me still? We have two female presidents, Namibia and Tanzania, which we are very proud about. But you can see that we are still very underrepresented as executives within governments in Africa. Again, we're doing quite well, and I think it's always important for us to compare ourselves with with other regions of the continent. So I think it's important to recognize that we have improved and that we are doing well, but that still a lot of work needs to be done. You'll see there, as I alluded to, we have seen a 2% increase of women in cabinet over the last 5 years in Africa. In SADC, that is a 4% increase. Women overall, 24%, but you'll see there that they dominate in the social portfolios, including health, education, and they are least represented in foreign justice, defense and security. Women speakers, there again, still underrepresented. Women only make up a quarter of speakers of parliament. In Southern Africa, that is 43%. So once again, we are progressing. So we do see signs of progress and institutional transformation. Women in cabinet now, over 30%. Some countries have made strong progress. Namibia, I think it's 57%. And that happened as a result of a female president. South Africa, once again, we did have 50% in our last, before the elections, but with our new government of national unity, because other political parties don't put forward women, we saw a decrease in women in cabinet. Women are increasingly entering leadership in finance, planning and other strategic areas, defense, and these changes do show that institutions can evolve, but it really does require the political will to do so. So I don't want to belabor the points that we've already been spoken about. We heard from Namibia, really a great achievement, first female president elected. There are 38% women in the National Assembly. She appointed a female vice president, a speaker, and also the SWAPO Party Secretary General. 57% of cabinet positions are held by women, and including key ministerial positions, finance, health, education, international relations, and trade. So having a president, having a safety and security as well, I'll have to add that. So we can see that when there is political will, we can actually see, and we don't need to debate about whether women can lead. We know they can lead. They just need to be given the opportunity and the positions in order to show that. There's a national gender equity and equality and equity policy. I think it must have been updated. There's a agri-bank support for young women and people in agriculture, and also specialized units for gender-based violence protection. So these are all the kinds of things that have been implemented in Namibia because they have been progressive in advancing and promoting women in political decision-making. And Namibia has now closed the 81.1% of its gender gap. So it now ranks 8th globally and 1st in Africa, according to the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap. So if that isn't reason enough for promoting women, then I'm not sure. Also in Tanzania, we have a president as well who has reversed the ban on teenage mothers returning to school, I believe. There are women empowerment platforms established at village and regional levels, economic empowerment funding, a 30% public procurement set aside for women, and minimum wage directive for domestic workers. So these are all really important components, issues for women, not just women parliamentarians, but for women in communities, and particularly women in vulnerable communities. So inclusive democratic leadership, women leaders often model a style that's collaborative, inclusive, responsive, and community orientated. They often prioritize grassroots engagement and constituency work, and this helps to make governance more representative and participatory. Women leaders act as role models. When I was growing up, everyone in Parliament was male, and I never saw myself there. So women being role models is a really important component of them being present. Inclusive democratic leadership strengthens the legitimacy of institutions. I'll just end by not leaving the youth out, because I think that this is an important part of social inclusion as well. And you'll see from this that there are very small numbers of youth in Parliament. Under 30 is the lowest number. In SADC, we have only 2% of parliamentarians who are 30 or under. 40 or under, only 20%, and 45 or under, only 35%. So again, this is a lot of information, but you'll see the average age of parliamentarians is in the region of 45 to 55. And there are not enough young people. We know that the young people, again, bring different perspectives. They are the leaders of the future. And it is really important that we start to monitor as well how we are taking youth engagement in Parliament seriously. The key challenges I'll just end with: women continue to face violence in politics, economic barriers, patriarchal attitudes, limited party backing, and exclusion from top leadership contests. Social norms still treat politics as male domain in most countries. Quotas help, but deeper barriers remain in terms of party structures, campaign finance, and public perceptions. Substantive change requires both reform and cultural change. Women in political leadership do make a difference. Their impact extends beyond numbers to better governance, more inclusive policies, lower corruption, stronger democracy. And the next step is not just increasing representation, but ensuring that women have real authority and influence. Inclusive democratic leadership benefits all society. The path to equal representation, we can see from that graph, is not linear. It's not necessarily an upward trajectory. We think that we're making progress and then we see backsliding. Several factors continue to contribute to this. As I've said, political parties, quotas, tradition, patriarchy. Our barometer shows that when left to the will of political parties, women's representation is likely to remain static or decrease when political parties with quotas lose significant number of seats.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. You know, as she was talking, I just made a few points and I just took a few nuggets from what she was talking about. She spoke about the Women's Political Barometer in Africa, and that's quite pleasing because it does show that Africa is managing and monitoring the involvement of women across the continent. And there's also women's participation demonstrates commitment to democracy. So we like to talk about democracy, but democracy without inclusion is really not democracy. And she also spoke about issues like access, equal participation, transformation, and equality as key aspects of the democratic practice. The other thing she spoke about was the issue of democratic systems that should be representative, accessible, transparent, And what also struck me the most was that SADC is doing very well compared to other regions. So let us give SADC PF Secretariat a round of applause for that, because it's the coordination. It does show that they are really making an impact and influencing the continent in a positive way. There's also the 2% increase in representation over the years. That's quite concerning because most countries are doing very well. When you look at the statistics from Namibia and South Africa, surely we cannot be sitting at 2%. So this means that the rest of the region is not doing so well. So we do need to pull our weight and make sure that we move in the right direction. And the other thing that she spoke about was the issue of legislative quotas as being the most effective. And I think there we need to take a leaf from Namibia, from Tanzania. They've been the shining star of the region, and we really need to emulate them if we're possible. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. One for me was Kalwil Nassau happening in Namibia is just at another level. So we really do need to take a leaf from them as well. Honorable colleagues, can I please request that at this point we request the previous presenter to present, now the one who's online, to take the floor so that we can then take questions at the end. Please do take note of your questions so that at the end we will then take questions, and I will do country by country. We will not be repeating countries now so that we manage time, because there's another presentation after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and over to you, Mildred. I hope your mic is now working.
We still can't hear Mildred Fadzai.
Okay, so let me do my best to proceed with this presentation. I apologize for that. Honorable members, I would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation for inviting UN Women to this important discussion on advancing women's political participation and leadership in SADC. And we do commend SADC member states and parliament for their sustained commitment to gender equality as reflected in the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, which calls for equal and effective participation for women in decision-making. Of course, notwithstanding this progress, global and regional data reminds us of the scale of the challenge that we are faced with. I would like to commend Gender Links that has also gone ahead to share some of the statistics that we are faced with within the region. And also looking at the scale of the challenge, imagine if we are only increasing by 2%, how many more years or decades that will take us to reach the parity mark, which globally is now at 50-50 representation. Some reports by UN show that it will take almost a century in terms of time frame if we are to go by that. So then it makes it very important that we are in this discussion where we are talking about constitutionalism and democracy and how we can sustain a lot of the successes that have already been gained through legislative reforms. So women hold approximately 27.5% of parliamentary seats globally. Representation in executive decision-making is even slower with women holding around 23.3% of cabinet positions globally. And in the SADC region, while progress has been made, women remain underrepresented in many political and decision-making structures, and gains are even more across member states. The critical question before us today is therefore not only how many women are in leadership, but how do we ensure that representation translates into real influence over policy, over governance and development outcomes. So moving forward beyond numbers and quotas, from presence to power, we have already noted, as in the previous discussions, that quotas and targets have played a critical role in opening political space for women. However, their entry point is not an end in itself. Evidence from the region shows that despite increased representation, structural barriers remain, and these need to be addressed, including party hierarchies, as has already been alluded by previous speakers, access to resources, and entrenched social norms continue to limit women's influence. Across SADC, commitments to parity have not always translated to equitable access to leadership positions within parliament and political parties, highlighting the gap between the numerical presence and actual power. And I think the Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe also alluded to the challenges that they face, particularly when it comes to political party level nomination processes, amongst other things. So, for example, when it comes to South Africa, despite relatively strong representation, evidence shows that women still face challenges in influencing internal party decision-making and leadership hierarchies. And we see the same experiences also coming from women representation in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, who face similar challenges. However, by contrast, if we look at Rwanda, a relevant African benchmark, women hold over 60% of parliamentary seats, significantly exceeding the constitutional quota of 30%, demonstrating how legal reforms combined with political will can expand influence beyond quotas. However, discussions have now moved to what the impact of that has been in governance processes and the need to demonstrate transformation beyond numbers. So UN Women, in partnership with SADC Secretariat, is supporting this shift through the development of the SADC Gender Parity Framework from 2025 to 2035, which prioritizes effective participation alongside representation, and will soon be available for member states to domesticate. We also consider strengthening women's influence on policy and governance outcomes. Substantive participation means ensuring that women leaders are able to shape laws, influence budgets, drive national development priorities, and evidence shows that women's representation is necessary. It's a necessary condition for ensuring women's interests are reflected in policy outcomes, but it must be accompanied by institutional support and political agents. As you know, with most of our parliaments, with the whipping system, at times women do not have the political power when it comes to political agents. So these are also areas of concern that we need to reflect at. Across the region, the multi-party Women's Caucus in South Africa has contributed to legislative and oversight processes, particularly on gender-based violence and protection frameworks. Comparative African examples, there, for instance, when we look at Zimbabwe, for instance, the Women's Caucus has also been instrumental when it comes to driving electoral agenda that are of gender priorities. So, for instance, when it comes to gender budgeting, when it comes to parliamentary consultative processes, when laws are being made, they've been instrumental in ensuring that the gender-related issues as a collective are reflected. Women's leadership is not a matter of equality. It is essential for effective, inclusive, and citizen-responsive governance. Evidence shows that women's leaders contribute more inclusive development outcomes and stronger governance systems. In addition, programs on gender-responsive planning and budgeting, with close collaboration with legislators, have been supported by UN Women, UNDP, creating enabling environments and enabling governments to also ensure that public resources better reflect the needs of women and marginalized groups. UN Women's Leadership Program supports transformational leadership and equips women to success through capacity building for women politicians and candidates, creating knowledge which helps women to engage better and to be prepared to engage in technical processes. Parliamentary induction and technical training, which also gives practical skills and knowledge on how to do the job well. This has also helped women to achieve results as better leaders and to contribute better to parliamentary processes. Regional peer-to-peer learning and exchange processes have also been instrumental for upscaling or emulating what is happening across different countries. And then also programs that address harmful social practices when it comes to the he for she campaign, where male leaders become also champions and a voice to support gender equality initiatives. So a lot of the he for she champions across different countries are actually members of parliament, where there are gender champions that have been identified that are also supporting the agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, without repeating ourselves too much, as a lot has already been spoken to, these are some of the learnings that we have realized, that if the constitution, if the law itself does not embed equality, does not embed quotas, numerically, women's presence in most of our parliaments would be almost at a very low percentage than what we are seeing. So we need to constantly monitor what is happening when it comes to legislative reforms, but also ensure that we look at the language that is being proposed when it comes to affirmative action measures and quota systems. I'll close by sharing the example of Zimbabwe. We have Zimbabwe does have a number of quota systems that provide for women's quota at National Assembly, at local government level, and this also embeds women with disabilities and young women. But over the years, we've noted that Zimbabwe has also been regressing by the same 2% that was mentioned. Interestingly, when it comes to local government representation, we are actually regressing by 2% at local government and by 1.5% at National Assembly, mainly because of the language that was used in the drafting process of the affirmative action measure clauses. So what has happened is that most women are no longer being elected into the directly elected seats, but their political parties are pushing them more to the quota seats where they don't hold much in terms of political power to make decisions, or constituency development funds where they can be more visible and push the women's agenda in terms of service delivery, amongst other things. So these are also areas in terms of technical support that UN Women would want to continue to work with SADC-PF across different member states to ensure that we continue to secure the gains and sustain the gains that have been made over the last decades. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Kurasha. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that insightful, once again, presentation. And just to maybe add my voice to it, I think it's been quite similar with the previous presentation that we had. And the critical issue we need to look at is the issue of sustaining the success. The whole issue around the 2% has again come across as an impediment to the agenda of women empowerment. And then we also need to make sure that there's legal reforms and political will, again, that is coming up. And it's exactly what the previous presenter was talking about. And the other thing that I think struck me was the issue of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of South Africa that has been instrumental in shaping legislative reforms in South Africa. That I think is a powerful testament to say that when women are given power, they really make an impact. And then also the issue of public resources that should be aligned to gender responsive budgeting. And then she also spoke about peer-to-peer learning to make sure that there's consistency in the understanding for all parties. And the last one I want to talk about is the issue of legislative reforms. For us to really push the whole women empowerment agenda, we need to make sure that our laws talk to that. And I think most of the countries in the Southern African region need to review their laws. She also spoke about the issue, I think, of Zimbabwe, where the law is being put in place, but the challenge is that some of the clauses are not quite clear. And I think it's also relevant to us in Eswatini as well. There are some, for instance, there's a clause in Eswatini that says women should be at least 5 in like 50% in another part. And then you find that they just give you that 5, not the at least. So we need to interpret the law and we need to implement it quite accurately. Honorable members, can I request that at this stage we take contributions, comments, questions? Over to you now. I'll see by a raise of your country flag, and you can't have 2 country flags, please, in the interest of time. Okay, I see South Africa at the back. I see Zimbabwe in front. Mauritius. Madagascar in the front. And Mozambique. Angola in the front. And DRC in the front. Please let us take it in that order. We start with South Africa at the back. She must use her campaign voice.
Thank you very much, moderator of the session. Good afternoon to all the colleagues. Let me welcome the 2 presentations. I just have a few areas to highlight, which I think the only solution in particular for SADC to go forward in the implementation of the protocols around gender issues, which will ultimately translate to women empowerment at large at SADC, is SADC being a parliament so that we can have concrete resolutions that can be enforced for other parliaments to be in sync as a SADC region. So the integration, SG, of SADC has to be realized. The simple reason and example is that we already have this 2 or 3, because I may not say South Africa included, Namibia, Tanzania, to some extent, South Africa in the progressive side, where gender empowerment and issues surrounding gender are concerned. And yet we find other countries falling far behind. We might as well applaud the issue that SADC in Africa is more progressive, but that progressiveness is very skewed in terms of SADC itself. So if we are not looking forward and enforcing the integration, it is going to be like that. Now, I'm glad you spoke of the not so linear approach that we have taken. And it's a simple demonstration that we have what is called tokenism. That we have said we have inclusivity, but it is such a window dressing kind of approach. So window dressing in a manner in which women are there, we can count them. But what influence do they have generally in society? So if you look at the SADC unemployment rate where women are concerned, they are way above 50%, approaching 60%, with 50% of those given up, not looking for jobs, simply because they live in households where patriarchy is ruling. So if they are not empowered, then we do not have a second layer of women from those that will be taking charge at this point. So this particular fight, or rather issue we are trying to correct in terms of women representation, is not for now, it is for the future. But if we correct it in a community, or rather society, that has people who do not have the same confidence, who do not have the same zeal to fight, because we are not examples enough, or we are not empowering them enough, it is not going to help us. So what I'm trying to highlight is that let's not applaud tokenism that much. It must speak to action of what power do these women we have now, what power do they have? Do they have power over policy? Do they have power in most strategic positions? We may say that about Namibia and Tanzania, because I saw Tanzania, they have already extended empowerment to rural areas. Can we say that about South Africa? We may have over 40% women in parliament, but can they have, or do they hold enough power to push for whatever programs that will empower and duplicate and multiply a number of women whom can stand on their own, whether in business, in household independency, and all of that. So that's what I think we have to now start focusing on, that let's move away from tokenism and move into what power exactly do women need or have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Next up will be Zimbabwe. And can I please request that every speaker will have 3 minutes, not more than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think taking it from a contribution, I would like to say I was thinking around on the issue of how best can we have more women in decision making. And I was reflecting in other countries, and we might say they are doing better. But what I think is the best way is to maybe adopt the issue of proportional representation. With this system, I know it will be a zebra system,
we can talk of Rwanda to say women they are doing a lot, but these are constitutional provisions which have helped women to be in decision making. We can cite of South Africa, they similarly also do the same. So I think it's now high time that we move from these kind of proposals and stick mainly in our constitutional provisions. Because I was saying to myself, with these systems, equality and non-discrimination will take place, inclusive governance and democracy participation, fair representation of women interest in decision making, and the issue of compliance with international human rights principles on gender equality. Therefore, constitutional provisions supporting the proportional representation in the zebra system are considered among all the best practice to say this is how we can strengthen the women participation and strengthen the issue of democracy beyond any other political will and others. So I think we must move away from any other issues besides the issue of our constitutional provisions, because with this zebra system, obviously, this is where we can have fair and equal presentation, and we ensure women they're presented equally in political leadership. So I think the only way is our constitutional provisions, because this is the only way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe, and thank you for keeping time. And the next one is Mauritius.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Susan Tolmay, for this insightful presentation. I have one comment noting that Mauritius still ranks 133rd in terms of women representation in politics, with 18% women in the local government. As a member of the National Assembly, alongside other women MPs myself, I can say that short of modesty, Mauritius prides itself in having women in both what here we are calling soft or social ministries, but as well as other strategic areas. If I may quickly list them, since last week, our Woman Minister of Gender is now our Deputy Prime Minister. And since November 2024, we have a Woman Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning. We have a woman Speaker of the House, as well as a woman Clerk of the National Assembly. And interestingly enough, we have women junior ministers of youth and sports, arts and culture, as well as health. And over Rodrigues Island, within the Republic of Mauritius, we have a woman minority leader, equivalent to what we more commonly know as leader of opposition in the National Assembly. But the fight remains the one against violence, namely violence politique, numérique, et médiatique. But I think that we are soon moving towards an electoral reform to address barriers, ensuring gender responsiveness, and for sure political impact in the long run. Mauritius can for sure benefit from the good practices from other member states such as Namibia and Tanzania, if I understood well, with good success rates, and congrats to those countries. And let's, for all those other member states, let's keep going. We are still lagging behind for one reason or another, but I'm sure we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauritius. Next up will be Madagascar.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier les intervenants pour leur présentation qui a été vraiment très, très riche. C'est une thématique, je peux dire que c'est important, la représentativité des femmes à l'influence. Et c'est important parce qu'avoir des femmes sur les bancs des parlements, sur les bancs des assemblées nationales ne suffit pas. Donc, elles doivent vraiment diriger l'agenda législatif. Donc, nous ne devons pas, en tant que femmes, en fait, par rapport à ce qui a été déjà dit depuis ce matin, avoir la place parce qu'on est femmes, mais nous devons l'avoir parce qu'on le mérite vraiment. Et donc, mon commentaire, en fait, c'est vraiment comment faire pour que les femmes puissent vraiment investir dans les commissions régaliennes de nos parlements, c'est-à-dire se mettre là où tout se décide, par exemple au niveau de la justice, de la défense, de l'économie, comme l'exemple de l'île Maurice tout à l'heure. Et puis également, comment avoir des techniques vraiment de rédaction juridique, parce que c'est important pour pouvoir influencer, il faut avoir la maîtrise des techniques législatives. Donc, quel serait le rôle du Forum parlementaire de la SADC ou du GenderLink ou également de l'ONU pour aider les femmes parlementaires dans ce sens? Et également, le pouvoir politique repose sur l'expertise. C'est vraiment important parce que pour pouvoir influencer, il faut avoir la maîtrise des outils complexes. Les discours ne suffisent pas. Donc, à l'heure du numérique actuel, quel serait l'appui du GenderLink ou autre institution qui travaille avec le Forum parlementaire à l'envers des femmes parlementaires pour que les réseaux sociaux, par exemple, puissent vraiment être un outil d'influence à l'endroit des parlementaires, tout en maîtrisant leur rôle, bien évidemment. Et enfin, je voudrais juste aussi dire que nos institutions doivent vraiment changer les règles pour que le leadership féminin puisse vraiment s'exprimer ou s'exercer pleinement. Par exemple, il faut qu'on arrive à modifier les structures profondes qui existent au sein de nos parlements pour pouvoir éliminer, par exemple, les barrières invisibles qui excluent les femmes de toute prise de décision. Par exemple, il faut démasculiniser les procédures au sein de nos parlements. Je tiens à préciser, par exemple, dans nos règlements intérieurs, il faut inscrire le fait de éviter les réunions nocturnes. Il y a des réunions, par exemple, qui se terminent jusqu'à 3 heures du matin et ça, c'est pas compatible avec la vie d'une femme. Donc, c'est des réformes profondeurs qu'il faut mettre en place. Il faut, par exemple, aussi mettre en place des sanctions contre le sexisme, les violences politiques, même les violences verbales adressées envers les femmes politiques. Et enfin, il faut également qu'on puisse mettre en place ce qu'on appelle la gouvernance partagée au sein de nos partis politiques. Éviter les chefs uniques, mais mettre en place, par exemple, des directions collégiales où il y a une femme et un homme à la direction des partis politiques. Et pour conclure, en fait, je voudrais juste dire à nous, femmes parlementaires ici présents, c'est que la politique a besoin de nous et de notre courage et de notre vision. Nous ne devons pas en fait demander ou mendier notre place aux hommes, mais nous devons l'arracher, nous devons le prendre parce que la politique ne peut pas être une démocratie à moitié et la démocratie sans une femme n'est pas une démocratie forte. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Madagascar. Right now we have Mozambique, Angola, and DRC. And please follow in that order. And please, I'm now giving you 2 minutes each because some of the presenters have taken up your time. Please, 2 minutes each. So we know we're not going to add. My apologies. We won't add. So it's Mozambique, Angola, and DRC. Maybe you'll make your input in the next session. Yeah. And now we're managing time, colleagues. Please, Mozambique.
Muito obrigada pela concessão da palavra. E eu quero saudar a apresentação feita, as apresentações feitas, e talvez primeiro em forma de, não sei se fosse dizer reclamar ou que o mapa ali apresentado Não vi Moçambique, nós no mandato passado atingimos a paridade no governo. Tínhamos o mesmo número de mulheres e mesmo número de homens. É um exemplo a seguir. E não só, nós temos mulheres a liderarem. Temos a primeira-ministra, temos a presidente da Assembleia. Na Assembleia da República temos várias comissões que lideram as mulheres. E não só, também temos mulheres jovens com deficiência em que estão lá no parlamento, que concorrem e passam. É um exemplo a seguir também. Então, queria mais ou menos dizer isso, que nós, em Moçambique, temos exemplos concretos. E muito obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you, Mozambique, Angola, and then DRC.
Obrigada, senhora presidente desta sessão. Eu vou ser muito breve. Primeiro, quero felicitar as duas preletoras que nos trouxeram aqui um oxigênio, porque os números falam por si só. E as duas preleções colocaram-nos no caminho de que devemos continuar a trabalhar para assinalar estes progressos. Nas duas preleções ouvi várias vezes a palavra progressos. E isso funciona como um estímulo para nós continuarmos a trabalhar. Até porque diversos estudos comparados demonstram que sistemas políticos com maior inclusão feminina tendem a apresentar níveis mais elevados de confiança institucional e maior atenção às políticas estruturantes. Portanto, a presença das mulheres amplia o horizonte da decisão política. E nós achamos que o trabalho que está a ser feito nos vários países vem responder ao que instou as Nações Unidas para os países atingirem até 2030 a paridade do género. No meu país, Angola, também temos estado a fazer vários progressos. O presidente João Lourenço tem estado a valorizar o potencial das mulheres. Temos cada vez mais mulheres nos órgãos de decisão, como referiu e muito bem a minha colega de manhã. Então, penso que estamos no bom caminho e devemos continuar a encorajar-nos para contribuirmos também para o desenvolvimento dos nossos países. Pensamos que homens e mulheres temos que caminhar juntos para trabalharmos para o bem dos nossos países. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, DRC.
Merci pour la parole. Nous avons vu dans des pays moteurs tels que la Tanzanie, la Namibie et même l'Afrique du Sud qui est bien positionnée. Moi, ma question est de savoir est-ce que ces pays, par rapport à d'autres au sein de la SADC, connaissent cette propulsion comment? Est-ce que c'est une question de différence culturelle, éducationnelle? Je crois qu'il serait intéressant qu'on fasse une étude au sein de notre forum pour justement voir un peu qu'est-ce qui fait que ces pays sont un peu plus avancés, entre parenthèses, que d'autres. Donc, c'est un peu ça ma question. Et c'est ça qui va favoriser une meilleure intégration entre les pays de la SADC. Merci.
Thank you very much. I will ask our resource person to please respond to some of the questions. Most of the issues were really comments and learnings from the different countries. But for specific questions like the one from Mozambique and the one that we just had now from the DRC, please just 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions, and it's encouraging to hear that there are such good examples happening within countries. Mozambique, yes, Mozambique has done well. I know that you were 50% women in cabinet, but when I was looking this morning again, I found that maybe there are not as many. I don't know whether there's been a cabinet change, but Mozambique is definitely one of the countries. So, and this really answers the question around DRC is that from the DRC, the countries that have done well, South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Tanzania, they are countries that have political will. So in Mozambique, in South Africa, in Namibia, the ruling parties have had voluntary party quotas, but not only have they had those quotas, but they have implemented them and they have complied with them. Countries like Botswana, for example, also has a voluntary party quota, but the parties don't follow that quota. So they have the lowest representation. So really, the countries that have made advances are where there is political will. There's no other way to say that. When there are men within those structures, within those largely patriarchal structures that see the importance and value of women's political representation, as in South Africa, it's the male heads of state that appoint cabinet ministers. So if you have a feminist or a women's rights advocate as a president, you will get more women in cabinet and in ministerial positions. So I think it's really important just to close to say that while quotas can be very contentional, they really are an important way to get up to at least the 30%. And that has been described as critical mass. When women are in positions and they are less than 30%, they are less likely to be able to have the ability or to be empowered to make some of these policy changes and participation a reality.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like for us to close this part of the session. And in doing so, we want to thank our resource persons, UN Women and Gender Links. Thank you very much for your presentations. And please give them a round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, at this point, allow me to introduce the next session, which is the last session. And please, we need to move fast on this one because by 6 o'clock, we need to be out of here. We will be talking about media, public narratives, and women's political leadership in the SADC regions. And we will focus on gender stereotypes in political reporting, media visibility of women leaders, digital advocacy and public engagement, and gender-sensitive political communication. And for that, okay, please give a round of applause as our resource persons are coming through. And I will introduce them briefly. Maybe they should introduce themselves in the interest of time. Hello, how are you? We have Dr. Moses Magadza, SADC PF Media and Communications Manager. And we also have Toleho Chabalala. Did I pronounce it right? Yes, SADC PF Gender Consultant. I have their profiles, but please, in the interest of time, please, they shouldn't kill me. Can I request that you introduce yourself as you do the presentation? And we will start with Dr. Moses Magadza on my right. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been allowed by my colleague, Mr. Kurasha, to do my presentation from here. I have an injury on my knee, which has been bothering me throughout the day, so please bear with me. My name is Moses Magadza. I work as a Media and Communications Manager for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'm a journalist, a teacher, a songwriter, and an amateur farmer. Thank you, Kurasha. Yeah. So I hold a PhD in media studies, and I work for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I want to say that the timing of our coming to the front, my colleague and I, has been perfect because we sat throughout the day listening to presentations and also listening to members of parliament comment and make interventions. Many years ago, working closely with Gender Links, I used to lecture something called media literacy. And listening to the presentations that members of parliament were sharing today, I'm convinced that I've got a captive, informed audience, very media literate. If you listen to what Honorable Selashando was saying, I need not go further than that. So I'm going to focus on media, public narratives, and women's leadership in the SADC region. My colleague and I have shared four of the critical topics under this session. I'm taking the first two. So I'll focus on gender stereotypes in political reporting, media visibility of women's leaders, and then I'll pause there for my colleague to make a presentation, and then we'll wrap up with a few recommendations. By way of introduction, why is this conversation so important? It is important because across our region, women make major contributions to parliamentary oversight, constitutional reform, climate justice, public financial management, democracy and governance, peace building, regional integration, yet their stories hardly feature in our media. Women politicians are still frequently, if you listen to the presentation from Gender Links and other studies that have been conducted over the years, they are still stereotyped. In fact, politics is stereotyped. A lot of people, sadly, even citizens, including women citizens, believe that politics is a man's game. And so every woman, every young girl who aspires to become a politician or who enters that space is seen as an oddity, is seen as an intruder in a domain that is typically male-dominated. Women parliamentarians, women politicians continue to be underquoted. Often you see panels discussing very serious issues. You find 8 men and only 2 women, or 1 woman out of 9 or 10 panelists. Women politicians continue to be judged by their appearance. Is she fat? Is she slim? Is she beautiful? Is she ugly? Is she obese? And that seems to be the focus that the media places on their coverage. But they're also subjected to sexist framing. Sometimes they are judged on the basis of whether they are married or not married or divorced, because people think, well, yeah, she's going into politics. She probably doesn't have a family. Otherwise, she doesn't have the time to do this. They are targeted online in the area and era of artificial intelligence. You see a lot of stuff that is generated, voices that are cloned, and you see videos of some member of parliament who has not said these things suddenly appearing online as having made certain outrageous claims. But they are also denied sustained media visibility. They are hardly quoted, they are hardly approached for comments or for their ideas. So I'm going to focus in my short presentation on examples that come from articles that the SADC Parliamentary Forum with various partners have authored over the years and which have now been reproduced in various media. And I must put a shout out to my colleagues in the media and say thank you to editors at News 24, the Namibian newspaper in Namibia, Swazi Observer in Eswatini, New Era in Namibia, Seychelles Nation in Seychelles, the Pan-African newspaper or outlet which is based in Botswana, but focuses on the entire continent of Africa, the Sunday Mail of Zimbabwe, the Herald, the Malawi Nation, I could go on and on. We have friends which are committed, and thanks to the connections that have been made by members of parliament, some of them who are sitting here, our chair of our session is the person who arranged a breakthrough for us to get into the media in Eswatini. A colleague who works for the National Assembly of Seychelles made the connection with Seychelles Nation. If you go on their website, they've published, I checked this morning, more than 120 well-researched articles generated by SADC-PF. So we have people out there, members of the media, who appreciate the work that members of parliament are doing and are willing to give you the necessary visibility. These examples that I will show you demonstrate how women leaders are framed or represented. A couple of years ago, when I was younger, I did my honors degree and I did a thesis. I spent a year moving around with my camera, taking photographs of billboards and collecting adverts that appear in print media. I wanted to understand how the media represents or portrays women on billboards and in media advertisements. Amazing what I found out. So it also shows how public narratives evolve and how parliamentary communication can influence democratic culture. So the media does a lot more than just report politics. It actually shapes reality. One of the most important lessons that we have learned at SADC-PF is that visibility influences legitimacy. If our citizens constantly see men quoted as authorities, men chairing televised debates, men associated with economic and security issues, women confined to ceremonial soft issues, society begins to believe that after all, women have no space to play in politics. It is a man's game. So the challenge is not merely increasing the number of women's representation, but transforming the way in which women are portrayed and how they are quoted by the media. So it was interesting listening to Gender Links because it confirms what I'm going to say now. Over the years, we have observed at SADC-PF persistent gender stereotypes in political reporting, and there are patterns that are common across our region. On the one hand, you have got women politicians often framed as emotionally weak. That's why you see a headline like, "Woman MP whines over the budget." And then the same story, when a man is being quoted, strong MP blasts the budget. So the man is authoritative, he's assertive, he's taking no nonsense. The woman is collecting tissues because she has broken down. She does not have the emotional stamina to deal with these issues. So we create this impression that she's in the wrong lane, she's in the wrong race. They are sometimes portrayed as combative or defensive. They are portrayed as symbolic, decorative, quota candidates. Or they're just there so that their political parties, their governments can just tick the box. On the other side, you've got male politicians, as I've said, seen or portrayed as strategic, experienced, authoritative, and decisive. So there are some practical media examples which I'm going to pick. The Seychelles Nation, which I've just mentioned, which is in Seychelles, over the years has constantly represented women as a democratic necessity. For example, on the 19th of July 2025, Seychelles Nation published an article entitled "Minister Advocates Action to Reverse Decline in Women's Parliamentary Representation." That story highlighted concerns over declining women's representation and quoted parliamentary leaders arguing that the inclusion of women is indispensable for nurturing or watering democracy. And for us at SADC PF, what did we learn from this? We learned that stories that frame women not as symbolic participants, but as democratic actors are good for governance quality. The takeaway is that media stories should connect women's representation to governance outcomes, to accountability, democratic legitimacy, and policy effectiveness. In the area of climate leadership, SADC PF coverage of hearings and community outreach has intentionally foregrounded women as people who are taking the lead in talking about risk reduction, climate financing, food security, gender responsive budgeting, instead of presenting women as victims only of the effects of climate change. So what have we learned from this? We've learned that we should not portray women only as beneficiaries, but portray them as decision makers. Women as leaders, not as victims. In Seychelles Nation of 2 December 2025, an article appeared, it was entitled, quote, "Call for Urgent Gender Responsive Climate Action as SAVP opens SADC PF plenary." That story, published at the last plenary assembly, framed women and youth as central actors in climate resilience discussions. What is the lesson we learned from there? We should avoid portraying women only as victims of crisis. Instead, portray them as people with agency, negotiators, legislators, innovators, climate leaders, policy architects. In Namibia, the two foremost publications are New Era and The Namibian. One is privately owned, one is privately owned. We've observed that over the years, these two publications have consistently portrayed women beyond women's issues. I've said that there are some areas where people believe that no, women should be this side, children's issues, health issues. But thank goodness we are seeing these things changing. We heard this morning, Namibia has just introduced or appointed its first ever female head of the police. That's a giant step in the right direction. We know that in Zimbabwe, the Minister of Defense is a woman. We know that in Zambia, the Minister of Justice, a former member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, is a woman. We know that there are a lot of women parliamentarians who have risen to become speakers of parliament, who have become deputy speakers, who have become cabinet ministers. So at SADC PF, we look at our glass not as empty, but as half full, because there's progress that is already there. I think our challenge is to build on that progress. The Herald newspaper in Zimbabwe has given women visibility through parliamentary diplomacy. Coverage in the Herald newspaper has frequently amplified women parliamentarians participating in regional diplomacy, SADC plenaries, governance debates, oversight processes. I want to say something which I've observed even today. I think it's good that I need to raise it here. You do a lot of work, honorary members, when you, honorable members, not ordinary members, honorable members. You do a lot of work when you come to these regional meetings. It's pleasurable sitting behind there and listening to you argue on this floor. Well-researched inputs. But here's the challenge. No, but those things don't make it to the media. Why don't they make it to the media? It is because of a very simple thing. It appears very simple. The chairperson struggles, the president of SADC PF struggles, honorable members, before you say anything, even if you assume that you've introduced yourself in the morning, people already know you. Every time you take to the mic, introduce yourself. My name is Moses Magadza. I'm from SADC PF. It makes it easy for journalists to quote you accurately. Often I go to my boss, the SG, or to Mr. Kurasha and ask for the verbatim. Who is this MP who made these brilliant recommendations? The name is not there. So I think we need to, that's how we can ensure that, you know, we appear accurately in newspapers. Zambia Daily Mail another publication that is doing very well in supporting us. Stories published through Zambian outlets have demonstrated stronger audience engagement. And what I like about the editor, every time we send articles there, the first thing they ask is, were there MPs from Zambia there? Can you show us photographs of them? Can you show us what they said? Did they say anything beyond just, going for tea break and things like that? What were they actually saying? So it is important that we put a face, to the things that you are saying here. Editors love that. They don't like something called in journalism Afghanistanization, where people worry about. Yes, good. Yeah, okay. The Pan-African is a publication that is based in Botswana, but covers the entire African continent. It has consistently helped us position women parliamentarians within the broader African governance conversations. So they see a lot of publications focusing on what happens at our plenary and so on and so forth. What we have done is to tell our own story as a strategy at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So working closely with media houses, we have studied the way that they publish their stories. And we write our stories the way they would want their stories written. And that way, it makes it very easy for them to pick up our stories. That is why you'll find an article that has been published here appears almost word for word in 5 or 6 or 7 countries in Southern Africa. So, and we put these images, if you see, these are real people. This is a woman, extreme left in Malawi, talking about how the SRA project at SADC PF has assisted her daughter go back to school and thus avoid early child marriage. This is a chief from Malawi speaking. This, I believe, is a member of parliament. So we need to put voices and images to the articles that we publicize. I will end, I think, by something that happened recently. We were part of a very interesting initiative by the Parliament of Botswana, led by the Speaker in Parliament of Botswana, an outreach, community outreach into a part of Botswana which was ravaged by floods. And when we went there, we went to courtless and public hearings and so on and so forth. It was amazing that in one meeting, out of the 12 interventions that were made, 8 were from women. The women came with notebooks, with notes. They were taking notes, they were sharing evidence, they were demanding that we need to think about how we are settling people in this area, because every time it rains, people get affected. So women are already taking a lead. What we just need to do is to put a voice, to the work that they are doing. As I say, we are telling our own stories, and we've come up with publications. This publication is called The Impact. What it does, it goes beyond saying who did what, when, and where, to answering the question, so what? What is the impact of that presentation? I think I'll end here, Chair, because my colleague also has to make a presentation, then we'll share a few recommendations once she's done. Thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause for Dr. Moses. Thank you so much, Dr. Moses, for the powerful presentation you just gave. I'll give it to I don't know how to pronounce your name. Chabalala. Yes. Please take us through. She's a gender specialist within SADC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tutlero Chabalala. I've been tasked with a momentous opportunity to do the closing of today's deliberations in 10 minutes. I don't know how that will go, but I just want to preface what I'm going to say by saying, because this is the rhetoric that I've heard in corridors and softly within this room, that when we're talking about gender issues, No help project. When you're talking about gender issues, we are talking about how to give favors to women. But I want to say that gender issues are not women issues. Gender issues are governance issues. So when over half of a population, which is the reality within SADC member states, is underrepresented, that is not a minority grievance. It is a democratic deficit and a failure of institutional governance. So I will take you through the analysis of how the SADC political ecosystem handles women's leadership through the lens of public narrative and using the synergy of digital advocacy and gender-sensitive political communication. Traditional media in SADC is still heavily gate-kept space that reinforces that politics is still a male-dominated space, and it's only a space that is supposed to be carved up for men. But I want to say that when you have over 50% of your population voting for you as women, and you believe through some comments, some soft comments that have been in this room, that women that are done favors, they are failures when it comes to politics. What does that now say about your legitimacy and your credibility in your seat when you've been voted for by women? So women account for only 20 to 24% of news sources within Southern Africa, despite comprising, like I said, more than half of the population. Women leaders get media coverage, and the focus usually dwell on their physical appearance, on their domestic lives, on their marital status, on their perceived emotionality. When a woman is assertive and confident, she is, for a lack of a better word, bitchy. You know, that's not the kind of woman who is supposed to lead. What kind of a woman is she? When she is soft and empathetic, she is seen as weak. So it's a double-edged sword. You know, you can't do right in politics. But my thing is, how come women do well in every sphere of the economy but fail in politics? When you go to schools, girls are excelling. Ah, okay. I don't even know where I am. Girls are excelling. When you go into other sectors of the economy, women are excelling. Why would they fail in politics? And the simple answer is politics is the only sector that relies on public narratives. Because post-colonialism, Africa, not just Southern Africa, has relied on the structures, especially political structures of Europe, which positions politics as a space for men, built by men, for men, structurally excluding women. So when women now structures and quotas and special representation is done for women, it's not because of favors, it's correcting a mistake, correcting a history that has been there to try to position a large percentage of the population to try to now participate and collaborate in our politics and our economy. So Sorry, I think behind the baseline. Okay. The way that women are represented in the media, it signals to voters, to the public, that women are out of space or out of place in leadership. It directly undermines the SADC protocol targets for equal representation. And there are many structural barriers that lock women out of traditional political pipelines. And I will take the context of my own country, Botswana, that Botswana is socially a highly matriarchal society because women are leading the household. There are female-led families in Botswana. So when you try to take such percentage of women who are already leading, are underpaid, and then you lock them or want to involve them in politics, that is something that is not even extraordinary for them. That is something that they are not even thinking about. They don't have the economic muscle to participate in politics. And even in countries where there is party funding, women do not have the time because they are the ones who are leading families, especially in Southern Africa, to be able to proactively participate in politics. And when it comes to the media, opponents often frame special measures of women as women who did not earn their seat because there have been quota systems, zebra systems, especially elected membership, representation of women in parliament. So women who are positioned in that way are seen as women who have been done favors, as women who, per the public narrative, had to sleep with someone, had to be concubines of somebody to be representatives in parliament. And my rebuttal is always, point me to those men, because clearly those are feminist men. Men who can position a woman to be in parliament just by the mere fact that they have slept with them. Imagine how many women would be in parliament. So I don't think that is the correct narrative. And also, quota system drive up numbers of women in parliament, but there is a targeted psychological and digital violence that is there to sabotage their authority. Platforms like X, your Facebook, your WhatsApp, your TikTok are primary traditional media platforms that are used to target women. They abuse women on such platforms. And it is a thing that we have seen, and I know that some women members of this house will talk to probably the abuse that they have suffered on social media. Because politics is a space where men are allowed to fail, and they fail every day. Every day. As I speak now, some men is failing. But women are not allowed to fail in politics, usually because women are there through quota systems, through special representation. So when they fail, people now say, why was she chosen? Clearly she's bad at her job. How come she's there? Clearly she is the girlfriend of whoever appointed her. So politics is a space where male politicians are allowed and are given grace to fail. But women are not given a space to fail, especially, I'm not saying in parliament, but especially in the public eye. So platforms on social media have abused women, and we need to allow women, platforms like X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, though they are used as a platform to abuse women, but they are also advantageous to women politicians because they give a platform that they are otherwise not afforded by traditional media. For you to control your own narrative, to post your own messaging. But because of the rebuttal that women have faced, that also acts as a deterrent for women politicians to participate in these public platforms, or even for other women who are not in the political space who would have wanted to participate in politics to see that probably this is not the space for me, because I would not handle this level of scrutiny. But also the social media space and the media space, especially the digital one, accounts for the digital divide. Most women, especially in rural areas, are not able and do not have the economic muscle to participate economically on social media. So that's a large portion of the population that is left behind when it comes to political positioning of messaging on social media. So the last portion of my presentation is going to be talking about the gender sensitive political communication. Basically, it is an intentional approach to communication that actively challenges gender stereotypes, eliminates biased and sexist language, and ensures equal visibility and respect for all genders. So digital tools are only effective if the message they carry is structurally sound. So gender-sensitive political communication shift the framing of quotas as a charity or favor for women to them as constitutional and democratic correction of historical exclusion. The most robust defense against sexual slander and tokenism is undeniable, highly visible record of performance, which normally the media does not record when it comes to women political figures. So it requires political parties, electoral bodies, and regional institutions to adopt strict communication guidelines that enforce fair visibility and zero tolerance for gender-based defamation. And I think within the time, I have managed to conclude the end of my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chabalala, for that presentation. Honorable members, it is clear that media plays a powerful role in shaping the perception that people have about any subject matter out there. So it's quite important for us to engage effectively with media, and that media must be truthful, factual, and accurate in their reporting, and they must portray women in the right light. I'm not sure if we should take questions and comments, because I was told that at 6 we must be out of here. So I'll stand to be guided on that. Maybe we can take the questions tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. This marks the end of our session, and thank you for your participation. Please, if you have comments on media, maybe they will give us 10 minutes in the morning to take those questions. I don't know, but I will stand to be guided. Madam SG.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps members could use the groups that they belong to pose questions. So the secretary could be readily in the morning recap with responses. That way we'll save time and not find ourselves in this cycle yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG, for the guidance. So if you have questions, post them on your committee groups. And then we will collate them and then give them to the resource persons who will give us answers, and we will still share those answers in the groups. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Honorable members, as the chair said, we reconvene tomorrow at 9. Otherwise, henceforth, you are on your own. Colleagues from the Secretariat, let's meet to debrief quickly as the members are leaving the room. That also includes our partners who are in the room. Let's meet to debrief.